Good evening. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday here for Calaveras County. At this time, I'll entertain any public comment. Seeing no one, we'll bring it back. Madam Clerk.
Item 1 is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Thank you. Any public comment on the closed session agenda? Seeing none, we'll adjourn to closed session. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County, one of our evening meetings that we hold periodically throughout the year. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Supervisor Mills, would you lead us, please?
Let's begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Report of closed session. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. No reportable action was taken.
Thank you. At this time, we'll have announcements by Board of Supervisor members. Anybody have an announcement? I have an announcement I'd like to announce, and I would hope my Board of Supervisors would join in. Ladies and gentlemen, Texas is experiencing a very devastating flood and hurricane. We saw this with Katrina. We have an idea of what it's like, not to this volume, but we've experienced that in our own. So personally, I would extend my hopes and prayers to those folks in Texas, and hopefully they can get out of this mess and not have a loss of life that we're seeing. So with that, at this time, Madam Clerk.
Announcements. This is a time for board members and county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public.
Is there any board member or any staff member that has any information on upcoming events of interest to the public? Mr. Krovis, good evening.
Good evening. Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. I mentioned this at the meeting a week ago, but we are having annual events for residential hazardous waste and tire collection. That's battery oils, paints, tires. We're having them Saturday, September 9th, here at Government Center, up at the Arnold Road Yard, and also at the West Point Caltrans Yard. I'll put a few flyers outside on the table if the public likes to pick them up, or they can go to the Public Works website. That's it.
Thank you. Any further announcements by Board of Supervisors staff? Mr. Maurer, good evening.
Good evening, Peter Maurer, Planning Department. Everyone is anxiously awaiting the release of the final EIR for the cannabis ban ordinance. I just completed my review of the final, what we call screen check draft. It's back in the hands of the consultants and our outside counsel. That should be completed this week, and we'll be releasing it first part of next week. We have tentatively scheduled these Planning Commission hearings for September 28th and 29th at the Town Hall. We expect a big turnout for that, those hearings. And then as soon as they wrap up their recommendation to you, we'll be scheduling hearings before this board. So I just wanted to announce that that should be coming out next week, first part next week, and that the Planning Commission will be holding hearings. They want to have enough time to review all the documents. There are also some commissioners who are going to be on vacation, so we couldn't schedule it any earlier. But August 28th and 29th, it's Thursday and Friday at the Town Hall. August? September. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. Any further announcements by staff or board member? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will continue as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep in mind that we're going to be actually limited to 5 people standing in the aisle. We have our fire department here. And how many people intend to speak? Could I see a raise of hands? Okay, thank you. Now, this is on public comment, not on an agendized item. Keep that in mind, folks. All right? Mr. Papano, good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Papano Randall Smith, District 3. As you know, last week I came in and gave you an estimate, my estimates based on what Measure C taxes will look like once track and trace kicks in. And as you know, it turned out to be a really big number, $50 million to the county coffers should you regulate, and we collect the taxes based on production under Measure C. Now, like all good researchers, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge some of the limitations of my estimates, because my estimates were really nothing more than estimates. It's a possibility, could be larger, could be smaller. So, some of the limitations include the assumption that all those who paid their Measure C taxes will actually obtain a license, and that number was about 261. That number could actually be lower, it could be higher, it could be 350, 300, we don't know yet. It also assumes all those who are licensed will use all of their square footage that they're licensed for. Some might not. It assumes a certain level of business, as well as cultivation skills that these businesses have to have. You need both. You need skills as cultivators, you need skills as business people. They may not all have that. It also assumes that those who are cut out by any RR restrictions get grandfathered in, or they're able to move to a suitable location. It also assumes the yields will be at the 50th percentile between the high and the low estimates I gave you, and if you remember, the final number was the median or mean between those two extremes. But we don't know if that 50 percentile was an arbitrary selection. Could be 30 percentile, could be 70 percentile. We really won't know for sure until next year. And then finally, and this is a big one, and that is that the projections do not include the 7% tax on all manufactured goods. If you allow manufacturing, you're going to collect 7% of the gross receipts of those businesses. That could add another 5 or 10 million to the number. So anyway, I've done my best to just share some numbers with you. It's my best educated guess. Even if it's low, as I pointed out before, if I'm off by half, we're looking at $25 million. And what can you do with that? Fund our schools, take care of law enforcement, get good sheriffs, fire, in honor of all these gentlemen here, paying proper salaries, giving each of you guys an assistant, because you all need one, obviously. You work too hard. There's a lot of things that $50 million can do for this county, and I would love to see us get to the point where we all get into that discussion. How are we going to spend it? That will be a very, very interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Good evening.
Good evening, Board. Sandy Mitrat, Mountain Ranch, District 2, Calaveras County full-time resident. I want to take a few moments to share with you the tale of a community that is bleeding constituents as a result of many factors. It's my sincere hope that you, as an elected unit of individuals, can help heal the wounds. Think back 2 years ago. There was a fire raging in Calaveras County. Once that fire was out, a new issue began to smolder. It was essentially the beginning of a local civil war. This war didn't include slavery, but it did include an economic component. Prana just spoke to that. The war has now continued for 2 years. While the constituents look to the county leadership for a compromise that brings back a sense of community. As you all contemplate the components of this war, build your strategies, put your troops in place, the community continues to bleed good people. I have a neighbor that is one of 3 that survived the Butte fire. Their house goes on the market this week. They're done. They're tired. The people that are leaving are those who see no future here. They see no leadership. They see no hope for a peaceful compromise. Therefore, they see no reason to stay. If a glut of real estate on the market is what you're looking to achieve, you're winning that war. If an impaired economy is what you're looking to achieve, you're also winning that war. And if a lack of community is what you're looking to achieve, you've pretty much got that one nailed. It's not too late to gather the data points readily available to you to determine a healthy course of action for Calaveras County and apply a tourniquet to stop the bleeding. If you don't move soon, there may not be anything viable to save. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Board. My name is Frances Schabram, and since 2006, I'm appearing here every year talking about the same subject, Gillum Road. Gillum Road is a county-maintained road, but is not properly maintained since 2006. In 2008, I presented you with a letter from the fire chief who said that the road is extremely dangerous, that he will not be able to put his equipment and no water tank will pass that road. 52 people signed a petition to do something about the road and the condition. In 2012, the grand jury deemed the road extremely dangerous in case of a fire or an emergency. Well, Friday, the unthinkable happened. We had a big fire, and exactly what was predicted happened. The fire trucks couldn't go through. I was standing on my property, trying to save what to save was, and saw the fire trucks coming, and I didn't understand why they were stuck on the road. The only thing what saved us was the day without big wind and the fire tankers who came from the air and doused my property. I am praying, I am preaching, I am asking, and I'm begging the county to do something about that situation since 10 years, and nothing happened. So, to me, this is gross neglect. But this is not the whole picture. On my road is, for example, one legal cannabis growing, what's not in operation anymore, but became a dumping ground for fertilizer, chemicals, and plastic. If that fire had reached that spot, it would have gone off like a bomb. And right behind it is a development, Cosgrove Creek. Next to it is an illegal growth who is cited by the county and is fully operational since then, and it's running generators in 110 degrees. So this is a scenario. I live on that road. I feel that I'm vulnerable and I am scared. And since Friday, I'm on a jump seat. I came to that county 15 years ago with a big dream. I wanted to be a rancher, and I was in awe about the land. You know what I'm left with? With a scorched property and with hazardous dumps around me, and to be scared like hell. My husband and I, we considered legal actions against the county because we consider that gross neglect. But you know what? I'm a citizen of this county. And instead of spending my energy on stupid legal advice, I really, really want to work with you guys to find a solution for that situation. What I know is not easy for you. But we have, for the sakes of me and the people who live in that area, finally find a solution after 10 years. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Evening, Mr. Stopper.
Ben Stopper, District 5. I come to talk to you tonight. We went to COG approximately 3 weeks ago to bring up the issues in front of Valley Springs Elementary when it comes to access on drop-off and pickup. Mr. Toffanelli, being in that district, heard our cries, and he set up a meeting a few weeks ago to sit down with Sherry Roosh and I and Jeff Krovitz from Public Works. At that time, we discussed our many avenues, and Gary sent an email to Sherry Roosh saying that he would try to get this item onto the agenda, hopefully today. Now, it not being on the agenda, I don't think that's any fault of Gary's by any means. There's a lot of things that fall off, go in, that, there's multiple reasons why it couldn't be here. But I want to bring it to your attention for the rest of the board that this is a safety issue for the children going to Valley Springs Elementary. It's an ongoing issue. They've been trying to pull grants for years. And I would like the support of all the supervisors when it comes to this moving forward, because the kids and the parents there are very concerned. According to Sherry Roos, approximately 50% of those children that go to that school are within walking distance. These kids are walking between cars, and if anybody's been there, I invite you to go down there during the morning or the afternoon, drop off or pick up. It's a bottleneck 2 ways. Gary did make some good propositions. Jeff Krovitz did make some good propositions. Sherry Roos made some very good propositions. This is a big concern. It's the safety of our children, our families that are your constituents, and we need to get this on the agenda as soon as possible so that we can get it forward to COG or whatever available assets are for grants or what the county can do to remedy this situation. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Good evening, Mr. Edson.
Good evening, Cliff Edson, San Andreas. I've been here for right around 15 years or so. Business owner for 14 of those years, and in a very crappy environment to own a business, actually, but we still survive. So, I heard Mr. Stopper talk about this elementary school, Valley Springs Elementary. This thing's been going on for way too long. I see projects that COG does that sidewalks down the middle of a street that, it's in the middle of a town somewhere. I think that the priorities are a little bit mixed up. We have children that are vulnerable there to and from school, or if there was an emergency situation, they have to evacuate the school, where are they going to go? Because that would be a crazy nightmare there. We have fought for funding, and the project has changed over the years and have never been able to secure anything. It's just the same old story. Oh yeah, we'll look for it. Oh, quiet you down. They tell you, oh yeah, we'll get it for you, and it never comes through. Right now, you have the funds to do it. Right now, you have the funds to fix that issue. You have the funds to help these guys with their budget right now. These guys are running on $250,000 a year, and when you hit 9/11, you expect them to show up in 3 to 5 minutes. Why are you sitting on that money? There is a ton of projects. Blagan Road, you got the bridge up there. Now we're going to lease a bridge instead of purchase a bridge. That's crazy. That's going to cost us a whole bunch more money. The taxpayers, a whole bunch more money. Waiting for FEMA to reimburse you? Let's keep FEMA out of it. You have the money to do it. It's a small investment for a capital improvement like that. Kids are number one. We have Pope Street in San Andreas. I challenge you guys to come down there. I live there, so I see it every single day. Come down there when school gets out at high school or in the morning when kids are walking to school, and see how they have to motivate or try to get through the traffic when it's coming down that street. Little kids walking down the street, there's no sidewalks, they're walking in the weeds so they don't get hit. And you have the money to fix it now, and you're not. And I think that is a crime, actually. Do something about it.
Thank you, Mr. Edson. Any further speakers? Good evening, Mr. Segala.
Good evening. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. I have a couple items. One is, I can't remember anything, so I have to be reminded. One of the things that we can do to increase our economic activity and prosperity in our county is to communicate with the state when they go to pass laws that are repressive on our real estate economy or on our business community. So as an opportunity, in a case of Senate Bill 231, this needs to be opposed, and basically 231 is a blatant attempt to undermine Proposition 218, taxpayer protections, and would allow local governments to raise taxes on property owners by thousands of dollars annually without voter approval. That's what Prop 13 was all about, and then 218. So you have an opportunity now to communicate with your state representatives and also with CSAC and with other associations you may belong to try to do all you can to protect our local economy by opposing this kind of legislation. You might lose, but if you don't try, you definitely lose. I have a minute and 21 seconds, so I'd like to talk on another item. These taxpayer alert public access TV programs are almost like a gold mine of information, because public officials really talk openly about problems going on. Many of them never ever discussed here. I'll give you an example. We had an interview with the sheriff, and one of the questions was brought up was the imbalance of salaries and sheriff deputies going to other counties like ours that had better wages, because our wages are low in comparison to them. And it turns out our public, I forgot her name, Hawkins, she did some investigation and found out they weren't going to other counties, they were going to the major cities. And so this idea that I helped promote, that we need to match other counties and salaries, was not well founded. Anyway, little things like that on Taxpayer Alert and other programs, public access programs, are really beneficial for people that want to really get a grip on what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Olivera and Supervisors. My name is George Fry, and ever since the cannabis issue has come to light in front of this board and throughout our entire community of Calaveras County, I have probably listened to more than I really wanted to listen to. And back in the reaches of my mind, I remember the cartoon Pogo. And Pogo said, "The enemy is here, and the enemy is us." And what I want to share with you, it's time to do something about cannabis. I'm glad to hear from Peter Maurer that the EIR is ready to view, and we really need to get going with this. We need to have a very tight ordinance and get on with the program. The gentleman that spoke at the last board meeting at 9:30 at night, you were all here and I was here, had some very interesting facts or suppositions, and spoke again this evening. And we really need to get on with it and put it in our rearview mirror and get on with a lot of the other issues that we have in our county. So I implore you that we get on with it and get a very tight ordinance in place and use the money that it looks like we might have to use and start cleaning up the illegal growth and take care of those people who want to be legal growth. So, like I said, I implore you to get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Any further public speakers? Good evening, Mr. McManus.
Good evening, Bill McManus. Last week, we attended a meeting of the Fish and Game Commission. It was here last week. It reminded me of some thoughts that we had a couple of years ago when AB 266 was first being developed and coming out of Sacramento. Our suspicion then was that 266 would not provide safeguards for counties. It would not provide safeguards for environmental disasters. 266 was established and structured to clean it up afterwards. So all the damage gets done, and then the state likes to come in afterwards and try to clean it up. Well, at the Fish and Game meeting, and I know our Fish and Wildlife Commission meeting, that's only one agency, but they take over a very big part of what happens on the land in Calaveras County. By their own admission, the people from Sacramento said they are understaffed and underfunded. Some residents came forth to tell them about dogs that were falling over dead after drinking out of a pond that was surrounded by marijuana grows in this county. The first dog was, they talked about the Fish and Game, said, well, that's too bad. I guess over the next 2 or 3 days, the other 3 dogs died. And so the people had to spend a lot of money getting toxicology tests, find out what happened to their dogs. This is an example of how the state is going to fail this county. It's not going to be staffed to prevent anything. They are not going to be able to prevent chemical spills. They're not going to be able to prevent human waste going in the streams. They are not going to be able to prevent anything. That is up to this county. If we don't protect ourselves, the state is not going to protect us. They will come in afterwards and put up lots of yellow tape declaring areas unsafe, stay out, and trying to find money to clean up contaminated properties. If we want this county to be something other than Love Canal or other Exxon Valdez type accidents, we have to take the steps to prevent it. The state's not going to do it. That's why I ask supervisors and CAO Lutz to consider the environmental citation registry so that we know what's going on in our county based on records that come from all the departments that touch these sites. And then that way residents can know if they need to take further action to research what's going on in their area or take preventative measures to protect their property. So I hope that project is moving forward, and I hope you will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Is there any member of the public wish to pull any item from the consent agenda? Yes, sir. I'm sorry. 4? Any other items from the consent? 5? Any other items from the public? Yes, sir. 10? Well, last call. Yes, sir, Mr. Fry. 11? All right, next to last call. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to Board of Supervisors. Any item wish to be pulled from the consent agenda from the Board of Supervisors or staff? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to accept the balance of the consent agenda, moved by Supervisor Mills.
Sorry, not me.
Second,
No, he,
oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Clapp, I saw your light on him.
sorry.
I was misdirected. Supervisor Clapp, could I have you turn your microphone on?
I was going to second it.
And could I have you repeat your motion?
So moved.
So moved by Supervisor Clapp. Second by Supervisor Mills. Any public discussion? Seeing none, I'd bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk,
Give me 1 second.
I'll give you a whole minute if you need it.
Okay, good, thank you.
All right.
Item 4 is from Behavioral Health Services Mental Health Program. Authorize the board chair to sign an agreement with Behavioral Health Center Sierra Vista Hospital Incorporated for psychiatric inpatient hospital services in an amount not to exceed $120,000 for a 3-year period of July 1st, 2017 to June 30th, 2020.
Thank you. Mr. Edson.
Hi. I'm not here to challenge it. I think that it's much needed. Been around here in this town for a long time, seen a lot of people that need help, and we seem to just turn them back out on the street time after time after time. Right now we have a young lady in the area, she's going to hurt herself, and she's going to hurt some kids by what she does is she goes around and collects things and leaves them on the side of the road or on people's fences or next to properties and at all hours of the day and night. And I'm afraid for her because I think that it's just a matter of time. She's going to hurt herself or somebody else. Now, the sheriff is fully aware of her. I don't know what they can do about it, but it seems to me like this is the kind of funds that could help somebody like that. She's I don't think she's malicious. I just don't think that she can help it. So we have our fair share in the county, have for a long time. I've been going through this as a business owner for many, many years, and I am happy that we can go out and get this type of funding. I wish we could do a little bit more because I think it's needed. We have lots of challenged folks around. So I am hoping that you'll vote in favor of this and see if we can get Kristen to look for some more help for this area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of Mr. Edson by the staff or board?
I'd like to make a follow-up comment. I spent about 12 years on the county's behavioral health advisory council, and There is a 5150 code that if a person is a danger to themselves or a danger to somebody else, that's reportable, and that person should be off the streets and should be hospitalized for a minimum of 72 hours to be evaluated. And so that should be done.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Once again, any questions from the board or staff of Mr. Edson or Mr. Fry? We'll have a joint present on that. Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second?
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli, second by Supervisor Garamendi. No further public comment? Then we'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0, unanimous. I'll give you a second. Madam Clerk, you ready?
I'm ready. Item 5 is from Public Works to authorize the board chair to execute a Fourth Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement for Environmental and Engineering Services associated with the rehabilitation or replacement of Shad and Whiskey Slide Road bridges between Calaveras County and T.Y. Lin International, increasing the combined amount by $963,986.04 for a new total not to exceed amount of $1,827,059.34 with the term ending December 31st, 2018.
Mr. Segala. Sorry, Mr. Clovis, he pulled it.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. Apparently this has to do with the engineering for a bridge. And there's two bridges, and we're talking about almost $1 million per bridge for the design. I'm wondering what the cost of the bridge would be. If the design is $1 million, oh my God, it could be 10 million, 15 million. It seemed like this should not be on the consent agenda. This should be looked at a little more openly as to what's happening there. There's a lot of money being spent, and I know T.Y. Lin is a highly respected consulting firm. I've known them for 40 years. And but nevertheless, they'll be happy to spend our money. We just need, I think the taxpayers would like to get a better grip on where we're going with this bridges and what the overall cost is. Thank you.
Mr. Groves?
Jeff Krovitz, Public Works Director. These two bridges are in the process. The original scopes of work brought them partway to completion. So the original contracts for both of these bridges was to bring them through project approval and environmental document. There has been several amendments since then, mostly for schedule. But what has occurred on both of these bridges is not changing the cost, the span necessarily of the engineering design for the bridge. There's still going to be $1.5 to $2 million construction costs for these bridges. But what's changed on them is undiscovered, when the projects first started, environmental constraints. So to give you an example, on your page, packet page 64, that gives you a list of projects. Tasks 1 through 5 are existing tasks that are modified by the discovery of new environmental constraints and the effects on those tasks to do additional environmental work. And then tasks 6 through 8 brings it to ready for construction to finish the design work and the environmental permitting work. What occurred on Shad was the discovery of an unknown landfill and the discovery of a historic mill site that met criteria for archaeological preservation. So there are additional studies that now need to be performed in order to capture the potential risk of the unknown landfill, as well as to capture mitigation for the archaeological site, the old historic site of the mill, to reduce the potential impacts to less than significant, or to change the environmental document to an EIS, CEQA NEPA document. That's where the nature of the costs on the Shad Bridge have changed. So it's a two-part change, again, added scope of work to bring it to construction-ready documents and unknown archaeological discoveries. We had a similar situation on the Whiskey Slide Bridge, which was, again, tasks 1 through 5, changes due to undiscovered environmental requirements, and I'll talk about those in a second, and tasks 6 through 8 to complete your construction, complete your design, ready to build. What was discovered on the Whiskey Slide Bridge was a site with extreme cultural resources sensitivities. That then required the addition of drilling and excavations at the locations of our proposed digging, both in and adjacent to the creek, but also along our approach roadways, to verify that we are not disturbing cultural resource sites of significance. So you can see that item 3.2.3, the additional cultural resources, those are the additional studies, the XP2, the hiring of cultural resource knowledgeable monitors with archaeologists, $200,000 single line item. Kind of similar to what we had going on with the removal of the trees. But those are the laws that we are operating under. For cultural resources, it is Section 108 of NEPA, and it is AB 52 for CEQA. So sounds like a lot of money, and it is a lot of money, but again, $1 to $2 million bridge, it almost doesn't matter the length, the span, the constraints of the bridge. It is, in this case, completely driven by environmental. So in terms of the costs to the county, these costs are borne in the majority by the Highway Bridge Program, pending available funds. There would, in normal circumstances, be about an 11.5% match of county local funds, but the local match has been provided through toll credits. So excess monies as part of the California toll collection program that Caltrans has essentially donated to these local projects. So it is not an expense to the general fund or an expense to our local RIM fee funds, other road funds. Questions on this item? The reason that it landed on consent agenda, I was led to understand that it was not thought to be overly controversial, even though it's very similar to item 14 that I will be discussing later today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Krovis. Any questions by board or staff of Mr. Krovis? Okay. Mr. Fry, could I speak? Could you approach the podium? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Segala. He pulled this. Mr. Segala, could I have you approach the podium?
He does look more intelligent.
I'm not going to touch that, Al. Mr. Segala, the answers provided by Mr. Krovis, other than the fact we could explore the consent agenda issue, did that answer your questions? It
did. He did a very good job in laying out what's really happening there. I wasn't aware of that. And, of course, that raised another issue. We're suffering with a lot of overregulation, especially in the environmental area and historical relics and that sort of thing. I think there needs to be reason applied to that process. I'm not saying that we have to dig up an Indian cemetery to build a bridge, but there seems to we've gone too far. The expense put on the taxpayers for this, for the potential benefit is kind of ridiculous. And I don't know if the Department of Public Works can look at that and propose some helpful suggestions to our state legislature that you can follow through with, or not. But in any case, these concerns are yours because you set policy and you represent the taxpayer.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to clarify a point on the consent agenda. Please understand when an item is pulled from the consent agenda, we hear that with the same weight as a regular agenda item. So there's really no different ranking, if you will, of a consent agenda item versus a regular agenda item. Once it's pulled, it's treated as a regular agenda item. I hope that explains some of the issues. Any further comment by Mr. Segala? No, thank you very much. I'll bring it back to the board. Board and staff, do you have questions of Mr. Krovis or Mr. Segala? Supervisor Garamendi.
I certainly understand the need to do this environment, but as Jeff and I have discussed many times, sometimes I feel like our consultants take these jobs, go out and find a cultural resource, change order. And it's like clockwork. It is what it is, and we have to follow the laws. But it does not feel good. And with that, I'll make a motion. Thank you very much.
I'll call for the motion. I think I've got a motion. Moved by Supervisor Garamendi.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. No more further public comment? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 10 is from Human Resources, to adopt a resolution appointing Kevin Wright as Calaveras County Ag Commissioner, Director of Weights and Measures, for another 4-year term.
Good evening, Mr. Wright. How are you?
Good evening. Thank you. If I knew you were going to vote on this again, I probably would have stayed silent.
Could have been a smart idea.
But anyway, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you for your confidence in me at this stage of the game. I know we are in a time of uncertainty, and my job and your job are both difficult. There's a huge range of, cultures, you might say, of people in the agricultural community today, and it's my job to serve them all equally and fairly and to the best of my ability. And that's what I plan on doing, and that's what I do. And I do that only because I have your backing, and I have a staff who's very capable and knows my philosophy and are very well trained to do what they need to do and represent the agricultural commissioner out there in the field. So I want to also say that I enjoy working with all the different aspects of the community, whether it's the ranchers or the cannabis growers or the grape growers. They all have their challenges, and it's not just growing a crop. In Calaveras County, they have to market the crop too. So because we're so small, you just can't make it just by growing and selling wholesale. And so I'm always amazed by the entrepreneur ethic that our growers show. Some of them get up to go to the farmers market in San Francisco at 2 o'clock in the morning on a Friday or a Saturday and take the smaller growers take their product in there and sell to a market where they can get some good product, good money for their product and for their labors. And, we have ranchers who work 2 jobs, one during the week, and then on the weekends spending their fences and branding their cattle. And so, you know, I'm just amazed at them and all of them. And I just want you to know that I'm doing the best I can, and I hope I can continue to do so. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Is there any questions of Mr. Wright by board or staff? Ms. Hawkins, are you representing staff on this particular issue, or do you wish to address anything? Ms. Hawkins is our Human Resources Director of Staff for the county.
Human Resources brought this agenda item to the agenda, and so we definitely are happy to bring this contract forward to the board and to extend another 4 years to Mr. Wright.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further staff or board comments, questions? I'll open it up for public comment. Mr. Segala.
Segala Taxpayer Association. It's good to say something positive once in a while about people that work with us. And Kevin Wright is a fine man, and he's done an incredibly good job for our county. You may remember in times of extreme emotional feelings and like the drug war, quite often the truth doesn't come to the top. Sometimes we get fake news. Kevin Wright reported on what he saw at each of the registered groves as to the effects on our environment. And he honestly said he didn't see a problem. That took a lot of courage for him to say that, because we've been hearing just the opposite so often. And so when you get a person that not only knows his job, is also honest and also courageous, you want to keep him. And so we certainly recommend you approve him staying on.
Thank you, Mr. Segala. Mr. Edson?
Cliff Edson, San Andreas. I would like to reiterate what Al said. The time that I was on the board, Kevin did a fantastic job. And you're right, it did take a lot of courage to stand up for what's right, and he did that. He knows what's going on in the environment. He also makes sure that our county is, the farmers and the ranchers and everybody else that he deals with, they are towing the line as far as what is environmentally correct. Now, he also knows the ones that aren't, and he takes care of that. So he has a good relationship with the public. He has a good relationship with the county, and he's does a really great job. I enjoyed working with him because I could always get the truth out of me, even if I didn't like it. That's what I liked about him, so I appreciate that. Thank you, Kevin, and I applaud you for the work that you've done.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any comment or questions? Hearing none, I entertain a motion.
I would move this item, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli, seconded by Supervisor Garamendi. With no further public comment, seeing none, I'll indicate by saying aye in favor of the motion.
Aye.
Aye. Indicate by saying no in defeat of the motion.
No.
So noted. Motion passes 4 ayes, 1 no. Madam Clerk.
Item 11 is from the Board of Supervisors to approve and authorize the board chair to sign the attached response to the fiscal year 2016-17 grand jury report.
Mr. Fry.
I have no question.
Thank you, sir. Any comments by staff or any comments by the Board of Supervisors? Hearing none, I entertain a motion. So moved. Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Any public comment? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Madam Clerk, we're going to take a short break. It's been a long day, I imagine, for our staff, especially you. We'll be back in about 10, 15 minutes. Thank you for coming back, ladies and gentlemen. That's always encouraging. Before we get started, I want to make just a quick note. You may see some of our fire personnel leaving. I understand they're getting calls right now for assistance for fires in surrounding areas, so they just don't leave on their own accord just because I'm talking. So things are going on. Madam Clerk.
So I would just like to note that after item 13, we will be hearing item 20 this evening. So just so you're aware. Item 12 is from the Administrative Office to direct the Auditor Controller to create a Public Safety Augmentation Fund in the County Treasury to receive the Prop 172 revenues allocated to the county, and 2, direct staff to bring the matter back for further discussion during the September 2017-18 final budget hearings.
Thank you.
Good evening,
Good
Mr.
evening.
Chairman, members of the board, Bonnie Rich Administration. This item comes to the board for a brief overview of Prop 172 funding, and there are a couple of action item components within this agenda item. So back in the early 90s, the state of California, during dire fiscal times, as they often do, find creative ways to balance the budget, often on the backs of counties. What happened during those tough fiscal times is the state shifted property tax revenues from cities, counties, and special districts to schools K through 14. And this is commonly known as the ERAF fund, which is the Education Revenue Augmentation Fund. In an effort to mitigate the adverse impacts from the property tax shift, the legislature and the governor proposed Prop 172, which was intended to create a half-cent sales tax, which would then provide funding to continue with public safety functions while maintaining current service levels, with this funding to be used exclusively for local public safety services. So in November of '93, statewide special election, California voters approved the constitutional amendment known as the Local Public Safety Protection and Improvement Act of 1993. And the purpose and intent of this was not to increase the annual allocation for public safety funding, but rather maintain those funding levels that were otherwise adversely impacted by the ERAF shift. So, with that, we have a requirement pursuant to government code that we are to create a public safety augmentation fund. Currently, Calaveras County does not have that mechanism in place. So one of the action items in this agenda item is to ask the board to direct the auditor's office to create that special revenue fund in the county treasury for purposes of holding those funds, which are later distributed. Government code further defines public safety as those funds that are to be used for sheriff, police, fire protection, county district attorneys, county corrections, and ocean lifeguards. Public safety does not include the courts. Within government code, there is an allocation factor that is set by the auditor controller. Angels Camp receive a percentage allocation of those public safety funds. And then there is a maintenance of effort that we are required to maintain to ensure that if we reduce funding for public safety functions, then our Prop 172 allocation would otherwise be reduced. However, we are well in compliance of the maintenance of effort calculations because we would essentially have to fund those general fund departments far less than what we receive under the public safety augmentation funding. So the funds are allocated by the state controller. We get those monthly. They're calculated September through August. Right now, what we currently do is we deposit those funds into a non-departmental account that is commingled with some other general fund dollars. I need to point out that it is this board's discretion as how to allocate the funding among the public safety services within the county as defined by government code. That's pretty much the gist of it. Included in your agenda packet, I gave you a brief overview of what we have seen our allocation from fiscal years 2010 to the current fiscal year. It's between 1.4 and 1.7 million. That number is going to fluctuate, obviously, with growth. It is a sales tax revenue. I can't say that historically we've given it to one public service agency within the county versus another, because again, it goes into this non-departmental fund, and at the end of the day, it's a general fund, it's a general fund, it's a general fund. So it is completely discretionary and up to this board to determine how to allocate those funds, and we're in the neighborhood of 1.6, 1.7 million for 17-18 fiscal year. The one action item I do need, I am recommending that the board take tonight is that direct the auditor controller to establish that public safety augmentation fund, which is required pursuant to government code, that puts us into compliance with that. That creates transparency and accountability for how we're using those funds. And it's your board's discretion to either, you could make a decision tonight and tell us how you want to see that, or our hope is to perhaps maybe bring back more information should you have questions and have further discussions, kind of set this as the framework for discussions during the 17-18 final budget hearings.
Thank you. Questions by the board or by staff? CAO Lutz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could add 2 items to Bonnie's presentation. Thank you, Bonnie, who did a lot of research to pull this together. For clarification on language, the Prop 172 funds do come into our non-discretionary general fund account, or I should say budget unit. They are pulled out on a specific budget line, and for me, it's that fine line on using commingle versus we definitely can identify and separate them out. And the question here is based on the statute language. Is it most appropriate to put those in a designated fund, similar to how we would do in law enforcement, AB 443, AB 109, other types of similar types of funds that have come to us? So commingles is a that can be used in a lot of ways, which is why I wanted to correct the record a little bit. And then secondly, to Bonnie's point, is what I'd be looking for to bring back from this board is there certainly is an opportunity, and a number of our fire districts are represented here, an opportunity to look at the board's intent on a going forward basis for, if we're putting that in a designated fund, does the board want to see that would the board want to see that continuing to be allocated essentially 100% to the sheriff's department, or is there an opportunity where the board would like to see a basic funding formula that we could come back to and look at for the final budget?
Thank you. Questions by the board or staff?
I would have a question, is basically how we're going to be dividing the funds up, because like the occupancy tax that we have right now, it goes a third to the sheriff, a third to roads, and a third to general funds. But yet, if there's a heart attack or something, the fire department responds to it, and their services are being sold, and they're not being reimbursed for it. I have a problem how we divide it up. I like the people that does the service get the money. Another example would be like on our lakes. We signed a contract just recently with Hogan's. The sheriff has a contract with them for service being paid, that just several weeks ago, Consolidated responded to a fight and a toddler being ran over. That was all free services that was sold by by the campgrounds. They were sold. They're selling the fires services, but they're not being reimbursed for it. So I have a real problem how the people that's providing the service aren't being reimbursed for those services they're supplying. So I would really be interested to make sure that the people that provide the service are the ones getting paid.
Thank you. Supervisor Mills.
Yes, I would agree with with C.O. Lutz on this particular point, is that having it as a designated fund like AB 109 or AB 443 more properly characterizes what it's to be used for, and it has specific uses. Those are delineated. So throwing it into the general fund and then pulling it back out again, even though we can account for it as a line item expenditure, still creates some issues as to how it's allocated in the general ledger. And I fully agree with the point. I think this might also be an opportunity for the board to take a look at the percentages of funding allocations to our various services that we're going to be providing, or we have an option to provide under this particular ERAF. So I think that can be a continuing discussion at a later point, but the initial discussion to bring this into a augmentation fund of its own and have it as a designated fund is a great move. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gurman.
I agree with Supervisor Mills and CAO Lutz that putting this in the designated fund is, it's what we're required to do. We should do it. It's going to make it easier to account for. I look forward to the comments by the chiefs as to what their needs are as well. And certainly public safety is far more than the sheriff. I don't want to approach this as a zero-sum game. We're taking from one person to give to another, and the first person loses. So I look forward to hearing what the chiefs have to say, and I'm sure I'll have further comments.
Supervisor Tofinelli.
Yes, I'm in agreement with the other supervisor that spoke up. I think we definitely need to put this into a specific fund so we can account for the funding where it goes, and much easier. And I'm open to hear what the fire chiefs have to say and having a conversation.
Thank you, sir. I agree with my fellow supervisors. The establishment of this fund is not only dictated by state law, but it makes our accounting measures a lot easier. And I also want to hear from the fire chiefs and the districts. I'm more interested also in the actual needs of police, fire, sheriff's department, and arriving at a good formula as stated by our CIO Lutz to make that happen. Any further comments by board or staff? Ms. Callan?
Hi, Rebecca Callan, Auditor Controller. I would just like to thank CAO Lutz. I've been trying to get this in front of the board since I took office in 2011, so this was the first CAO that has agreed with me on setting up the fund, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Callen. Hey, first time for everything. Is there any further staff comment? At this time, we'll open it up to public comment. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Jason Robitel. I'm the Fire Chief of Calaveras Consolidated Fire. And I want to just echo what Rebecca just said. Several years ago, the fire chiefs in our association meeting were discussing Prop 172. This came in effect when I was in Toyon Middle School, so I wasn't that familiar. I had to go back and brushing up. But in our conversation and our research, we noticed that since 1993, the county has received $33,164,637.52. And the conversation was, what portion goes to fire? In 2000, when the county kind of washed their hands of the fire service and tossed the keys of the fire engines back to the districts, it's our responsibility to provide that service. And what we've seen is a lot of not only Prop 172, it was not being channeled to fire prevention or fire suppression services. You look at the commercial, I went back to 1993, looked at the commercial, and it was passed on 14 shots of firefighters putting out fire and maybe 4 towards law enforcement. So we feel like, we do have some skin in the game. And again, we brought it up to the CAOs in the past. We're not here for history lessons, but I'm so thankful for Mr. Lutz and having this conversation, giving us an opportunity at least to have a speaking point on moving forward. And Supervisor Clapp touched on a couple points already with the TOT. We want apportionments. I mean, there's a punch list, but I'm not here to go down those roads. But as far as having the conversation of what it will take to help us and to channel some of those funds to their intended use to fire suppression, we are all, we're stretched. I mean, there's some districts, I have to rely on fundraisers to provide service. And I know that there's funds available. We want to have the conversation. Again, let's work together, and we're eager and excited about the opportunity. A couple of our fire chiefs, again, have not been here. We are in a consensus. Some are putting together deployments, but it's so good to have all of us on the same page and moving forward, and we're excited about what's to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
We want to save the best for last, so.
Good evening, Chief Johnson.
Good evening, Mike Johnson, Fire Chief, Evans Pass Fire District, supervisors and admin. It's great to be here, and what a terrific topic. And thanks for, from our agency for having having that courage to look at Proposition 172. I know from being a fire service representative, Prop 172 funds are critical to making things happen for your local government fire service. Since, I would have to say, 2006, our particular agency up there, to look at some of the struggles, we're starting to reach that property tax value here this year, what we saw in 2006. In the past 10 years, we've done everything we can to maintain services, and what that's meant is finding any way to maintain that service by streamlining every possible revenue source, every possible expenditures. Meanwhile, the industry cost of employment is simply outpacing what we have coming into the fire service. So we've done everything we can as your local group, so there's no break in that service. Something like Prop 172 could help reinfuse and put back online things such as capital outlays that have been put on hold for the past 10 years. We're driving fire trucks that are 25 years old in my organization, and we haven't bought a new piece of equipment in many, many years, just to try to maintain some of those, that revenue line versus what's going out. Just echoing all the sentiment of, what Chief Robitel mentioned, and some on the behalf of the association as well, is as a group, as a whole, I don't believe I'm too far out of line to say that, hey, we're excited at the possibility of your group looking at what could possibly be in store for the fire service in Calaveras County through Proposition 172 funds. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Chief.
I'm Joel Schwartz from the Copperopolis Fire District, and I'm the administrative officer. Since 2012, call volume in our district has increased 42%, and so far this year, call volume is heading for a record 661 calls, and is already up 41%. It's important to note that the majority of this increase is coming from medical calls. 71% of all of our calls are medical. Our revenue has not kept pace with the increased call volume, and overall, our revenue has only increased 9% since 2012 compared to a 42% increase in call volume. The increase in call volume, they're making increased demands on equipment and personnel, particularly the medical calls. Last year we had to purchase a new ambulance because the maintenance and parts on our unit was excessive. It was cheaper to get rid of it and buy a new one than it was to keep the old one running. This year we hired 3 additional interns and added another paramedic to one of our shifts to meet the demand. And the only reason we were able to afford to do that is because last year we generated a little over $300,000 in Code 5 revenue because of all the fires our strike teams went on. So far this year, it only looks like about $60,000 is what we'll generate. And that's because it's not a terrible fire season for us. That's a sad way to have to generate revenue. Tax revenue in 2013 actually went down $38,000. For 2017, we're looking at a $9,000 increase. What is the impact of all of this on our department? Unpredictable and marginal tax increases are quickly outpaced by increasing fixed costs for essential services, workers' compensation, health benefits, liability insurance, retirement funds, general maintenance, and equipment repairs. Due to years of stagnant budget growth, we've deferred maintenance on our fire station, which is over 50 years old. Maintenance on our fleet of engines run on baseline levels. They're in service for over 20 years and are approaching the end of their life cycle. With increased service demands, 2017 currently running 46% ahead of last year at this time, our ability to maintain the current level of protection and service we provide our community is in jeopardy unless we can find additional sources of revenue. And I just want to hand these out. This is just supporting detail with some simple charts to show you the growth and increase in call volume versus revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Don Young, San Andreas Fire Protection District.
Welcome, Chief.
Pardon?
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. I'm the longest sitting chief in the Calaveras County Fire Chiefs Organization right now. I'm not the eldest, but I'm the longest sitting. Been 20 years. Most folks don't recognize the fact that the San Andreas Fire Protection District is predominantly run by volunteers. The men and women that currently cover our shifts, our station right now in San Andreas, 24/7, 365 days a year, are being paid $50 for a 24-hour shift. Most of these people use this as a stepping stone for education, things along that line. It goes nice on a resume when they get to put some paperwork down that states that they've worked at a fire station. In the last 2 months, San Andreas Fire has responded to over 100 calls the last 2 months. This month's not even over with yet. We've never in history had that. Average, we get anywhere from 800 to 1,100. In the last 2 years have been over 1,000 calls a year. And we're getting our tails handed to us. Now, I'm very fortunate. These gentlemen didn't want me to tell you about the brand new shiny engine that's sitting in my bay, because it might look as if we're sitting on a cache of monies, but that's not the case. I'm very fortunate that I've got a gentleman that works for me in my office that's quite the word man, and between he and I, we were able to put together a grant through FEMA and got a $700,000 engine, of which we only had to pay 35% or 30%. With that being said, I beg your pardon, 5%, $32,000. We need help. We can't keep doing. I provide services to all the government buildings here in Calaveras County. We have a fee for construction that we've had in place for a few years to kind of help offset things. When the new courthouse, the new sheriff's building, CCWD, when all these buildings, sanitary district, they were exempt from having to pay that fee to the fire protection district itself. So anything that you folks can do to help us will be greatly appreciated and will not go unnoticed, I can assure you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Any further presenters from staff, public safety? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Any questions, any comments by board or staff?
It's almost
Supervisor Mills.
It's almost as though I need to recuse myself. Back in 1993, I was in Steckle Park and Topanga Canyon when that was going on. So it's a very personal issue. And to Mr. Schwartz, you know I'm on your agenda every month and very, very aware of your situation down there. The situation of turnouts, gentlemen. Difficulty and the expense of getting turnouts. You're constantly fighting for SCBA bottles that are current. It's the little things that make the difference. And you can talk about the capital outlay, but you know, I think that the board needs to really have a serious look at the formula that is being put together on Prop 172 and saying, how do we equally support all of the emergency services in the county and do so fairly so that everybody has an equal shot, so you know what's coming. And it's not all over the map, so to speak, to where you're struggling to look for grants. How many grants do you look for, Joel? And literally hundreds. You're thumbing through them every day, trying to find money. And that's part of the problem, is that instead of concentrating on some of what I call the basic service needs, you're concentrating on always finding money. And it literally derails you from your service component of how you're taking care of your public. Another thing in the Lake Tulloch area, as you well know, how much does Tridam help you to support your work down there in providing safety? Could you come to the microphone? Come to the microphone, please.
Our operational plan for servicing Lake Tulloch is to commandeer a boat if there's a problem.
So in other words, there's no money that's being provided to you by Tridam to help you to take care of whether even sometimes you head to the other side of the lake, do you not?
Yep.
And you're hauling people down off the sides of cliffs and dragging them in a boat.
Correct.
And you're getting nothing for it.
Correct.
So
and
it
that's
isn't,
only if we can commandeer a boat.
Yeah, so it isn't just a Lake Hogan problem, it's a Lake Tulloch problem, it's generally throughout the system.
Correct.
And that we need to find those ways to augment what you're doing as well to give you a fair shot.
That's correct.
Okay. Yep. So I just wanted to bring it out that I may be a little biased here, but I think it's a good bias, and I think it will result in a good discussion if we can actually get to a discussion about what that formula looks like.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Platt?
Oh, yeah, I agree with Dennis because it's not just Hogan's, it's all our lakes. It's our campgrounds, it's people that selling their service and not paying for it. And they need to be reimbursed because we charge them for the sheriff, you know, on it, because I know Maloney's came up, Hogan's came up, East Bay Mud does, but no one pays the fire department. And I'd like to see that changed.
Supervisor Garamendi? Chief? Go ahead.
Yeah, I also think you have to reposition the way you think of the fire department, because so much of our business is really medical and medical intervention. And we're the first call that many people in our community make because they can't afford a doctor, they can't afford to go to the hospital, they don't have transportation to go to the emergency room. And because so much of our business is really medical aid, just saying fire isn't good enough anymore. It's really consuming an inordinate amount of our personnel, our time, and our budgets. And you have to relook at the way you evaluate the role the fire department plays in the community, because it's more than just putting out fires.
Thank you, Chief. Supervisor Garamendi?
Like Supervisor Mills, I'm biased. I have 4 fire departments in my district, and they are the anchors of our community members. And we all went through the Butte Fire together. All these departments were there, and I appreciate everything that you guys do. As you are aware, we are in an interesting budget time insofar as we have some funds from Measure C. We may not have those in the future, so we have to think about things, unfortunately, short-term, but we need to build this long-term process between the county and our fire districts. I don't know if there's a designated hitter there for you guys, but what if the county had money? What do you have in mind? Is there a process that you'd want to distribute? Is there a centralized resource that the county could fund? How can we help you guys with funding? So, Chief?
Again, my name's Jason Robitel, Fire Chief, Calaveras Consolidated Fire. We have, like we said, we've been working together. We've had a workshop where we've developed a strategic plan that has hit so many points on staffing. First of all, we want, when an alarm comes off, we want staffing, designated staffing. I personally have lost my 24th firefighter to a career department just last month. Recruitment, retention, it's about $6,000. Again, it's just that movie Groundhog Day. When you train them up and you start over, that's our life. So, again, I'm not speak for the whole group. This is a very dynamic conversation. Each need is different amongst our fire districts. Some have special fees, some don't. Some need staffing. Some have delayed capital improvement plans. So that's a very in-depth conversation. So for me to give you just an answer, but I mean, I think when it comes to staffing, our recruitment or retention, that's paramount.
I think what I understand, and yeah, I mean, you guys provide a lot of training for our youth, and they go get great jobs out of the county. But I wanted to, if there's, when we think about this, I mean, we've got so many fire districts. If we were able to come up with funding, distributing it, what would be an effective manner? I know that's in depth. Are there resources that we could help fund, be it training or clerical, or how can we really make an impact on what you guys do today?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think my constituents would agree. Are we talking one-time costs, like you said? Are these extraordinary expenditures, or are these going to be reoccurring costs? Reoccurring, in my philosophy in budgeting, those we apply to personnel that are reoccurring. We're talking, hey, we have a stack of money, and there's some deferred maintenance, there's some apparatus, there's some facilities, infrastructure, communication that we would probably look at. So, again, just we wanted to spark the conversation, but I think it wouldn't take much to get you those answers if we have some dollar amounts to work off of.
Right. Well, I mean, you guys certainly get together, you work together, you all seem to like each other. I think it would be...
Yeah, and that comes in waves too. So now's the time we all like each other.
But I mean, as you guys, I know from my seat, if there was a consolidated ask.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's my ROP teacher there in high school.
Both of you got to respond to my house. So I like all the chiefs, but but if there was, as you guys have this conversation, and I think, depending on where this board wants to go, that would certainly make it more efficient for us, because we don't know what tomorrow is.
Absolutely.
But certainly we know what today is, and we just need to start digging through this.
Conversation, yes. Thank you.
Well, Jason, you and I have had conversations on this. And I think it's important when we get to final budget time, I think that's what we're talking about here, that you guys get together and you come forward and make a presentation of the final budget to this board and what you guys would like to see, whether it's just funds designated to you for you to spend how you want, there's something we can do for you, how you guys would, as a consensus for each one of your departments, if it's different, then make the presentation to us so we understand where you're going and what you want done.
Yes, sir.
Yes, at final budget time for us.
I agree with Supervisor Tofano, because if it's department by department, we're going to get a big fist fight protecting our turf up here.
Yeah.
And it'd be a lot easier if you guys...
Yeah. Absolutely.
Excellent. Well, as president of the Chiefs Association, what I'll do at the next Chiefs meeting, which, by the way, gentlemen, is the second Wednesday of each month, and you're all welcome, I'll get together with my fellow fire chiefs, and we'll formulate a committee, and I can assure you that Mr. Robitel will be primary in it, because in all sincerity, And I'll say in front of everybody, you've done a real good job. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Don.
Okay, further comments by the board?
Chief, I've been to your meetings, as you know. Yes, you have. So, and I think that I agree with Supervisor Tofanella that maybe the chiefs need to hash out what this looks like, what that formula might look like, and bring it back to the board so we can have that complete discussion so that you folks have worked out the details internally within your organizations as to what's important, what's priority, and then we can look at how we can start to fill those needs and backfill those needs. And then also be thinking more in the longer range of if we can sustain, what would that sustainable piece look like so that you can start to plan in the longer ranges of 2 to 5 years rather than just this year.
Is there a deadline when you need that by?
Tomorrow.
You didn't get it yet?
Thank you, Supervisor.
Did the message show up?
I have a couple of comments. Being from public safety on the other side of that fence, if you will, on law enforcement, I see the need. I'm more concerned that if we establish a funding revenue or an avenue that we maintain that, not just a one-time shot. I think this particular program is going to be able to start us on that journey. And once again, putting the finances where we need to have those. But I have another concern is that I don't know if the public is fully aware or educated to the point on how important our fire service is to them. I'm very fortunate. In my district, we have Ebbets Pass Fire. They do a very fine job, but there's also a special tax that's funding that. I would like to see, not only in this funding revenue, and I know we've tried that in some of the districts and it's failed, but I would like the public to take another look at that. Look what's happening around us, folks. We went through a very serious fire here 3 years ago. It wasn't our first rodeo. Look at our counties around us right now, what's happening this very day, this very minute. Public needs to understand. Public service costs, and we need to protect ourselves by providing for public service and for public safety. I am in agreement with all my supervisors here. I would support this program wholeheartedly. And once again, let's take a look and see where we really need to put these funds. Okay? That's all I have to say.
If I might add, Mr. Chair, as your committee comes together and you guys start coming with the ideas, you should probably sit down with CAO Lutz and hammer out. So he's going to be recommending on budgets and stuff like that. Obviously, we want to give you every nickel we possibly could, but we also have our constraints as well. So if, as you come up, it's coordinated, it'll be good. Thank you.
Okay. Any further public comment? Mr. Segala.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. I really think we got wonderful fire protection in our county, and we had for a long time. And it seems like what's happening here is kind of like trying to figure out a budget, and there's discussion of capital improvements. Capital improvements are like replacing a fire truck or any other equipment that needs replacing. Well, this may sound real simple, but it's usually a good idea to plan for the future. If you plan for the future, you don't have a sudden experience, hey, the car don't work anymore. It's too old. You already have money set aside for depreciation that it will be in your capital fund. Now, that assumes that you control what's happening in the county. To a certain extent, the control has shifted to the state. So also to a certain extent, you depend on grant money coming from the state politicians. And so it gets pretty sticky. It still makes sense to me to plan your operations in such a way that you have funds set aside to replace, in your capital improvements, to replace equipment as it wears out. So that shouldn't be a sudden issue. Also, this is not just about fire. according to what I read here, is public safety involves other things besides fire. There's also law enforcement. I think there's also the jails. They're not the judges. They're not included. I don't know why, but they're not. So this is a tremendous planning challenge. Not only do you need to consider what the fire department needs from these funds, but also the other departments, which is sometimes just as valuable and just as important for public safety. Have you ever noticed what happens when there's a medical emergency? I did. And my mother-in-law, who since passed away, had a medical emergency, and we needed somebody to help. And what happened was this huge truck came, lights flashing. It seemed like an army of people coming in the home. Who are all these people? What are they doing? And I thought, oh, God, what a waste of money. All we needed was one person. And I talked to some people in that business. Oh, too bad. I could give you the reply. I think they're going to reply.
Thank you. Mr. Stopper?
SPURS District 5. First, I want to thank you for opening up this conversation beyond the agenda item more. This is one of the healthiest conversations I've seen this year between the fire chiefs and you. These are services we need. Mr. Robotel worked with his fire crew last year to put through a special tax. Unfortunately, it wasn't passed because public safety is a big issue. We have problems with the respond time of the ambulances. Our guys are there prior, and their hands are tied in the services they can provide to the people that are literally at their moment. Now, to the agenda item. Direct the auditor controller to create a public safety augmentation fund in the county treasury to receive the Prop 172 funds allocated to the county. Direct staff to bring the matter back for further discussion during the September 2017-2018 final budget hearings. I want to thank Lutz for bringing this forward. It provides clarity. We know where these funds are going. They're restricted. And that provides a course where people don't ask if things are being commingled in the future. We're separating ourselves. We need to think about other funds, the special tax funds, the special districts. From what I understand, many of those funds are put into the teeter fund. Now, the teeter fund's constantly being used to supplement general fund and other things. This is another fund that floats back and forth. Now, you can track it and everything, but you should also think about making another line item, especially when it comes to special taxes, so that those fire departments know that their money is being protected when it comes to the special taxes in their districts. Just some food for thought as we move forward in the future. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Mr. Edson?
It's great that 172 is being brought forward for clarity. We never were able to get that before, and thank you, Mr. Lutz, for doing this. But, you know, I think that you guys are all up here talking about how these guys are going to get this bonus, and it sounds like it, anyhow. It sounds good. But you know what? You're going to rob Peter to pay Paul on 172. There's only so much money in it. It's being used, all of it, right now. Somebody's using it. Of course, we don't know exactly who is using it, but somebody's using it up, and for it to be redistributed, which means somebody else is going to lose out somewhere. So I think we should talk about how we can move into the future and make sure that our fire services are provided what they need for the services they're providing. As you heard one of the chiefs say from Copper, you know, a lot of their calls now are medical. We've got an aged population in the county, and a lot of calls are medical, and we've had a lot of fires this year too, in the past couple of years actually. So I know that when the alarm goes off and you hear the sirens, it's usually either medical or fire. Probably 9 times out of 10, I would imagine. And these guys are responding to it each and every time. They're the ones that are out there in the storms, in the floods, the fires, when the electrical lines go down. They're out there directing traffic. I got in an accident on Highway 12, and fire was first. Fire was first, right there. And they responded as quickly as they can, and they do what they can. Great to be able to enhance them if we can. I think that we have the ability right now. This board's going to make a choice, I believe, to be able to grant that ability to be able to make a better and healthier fire district, or get it right back into the 172 sharing thing and take one from the other. That's what it's going to come down to. Yeah, so think long and hard about where you're going to get that money from. I think actually right now you're sitting on a pile of money, and you're welcome for being able to sit on that pile of money.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Good evening, Elizabeth.
Good evening. Elizabeth Thompson, Common Ground Senior Services. And I just want to go out to these guys because during the winter times and during times where trees fall down the road and we can't get to our Meals on Wheels clients, or we're worried about them because the power line is down, we just have to make a phone call directly to the fire chief in the different districts. And in Arnold, several times they would have to deliver meals for us because we can't get up there because we don't have four-wheel drive, or the roads are just so bad, and they're able to provide that service. The services that you talk about that people really don't know above and beyond what, we know as firefighters, or what firefighter services do. But for the safety of the elderly, definitely, and for the safety of being able to access roads and with the equipment that they do have is vital to, again, our aging population that lives in areas that are very difficult, Sheep Ranch, Burrow Flat, those type areas. So thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Callan.
Hello. I just wanted to correct something. Mr. Stopper had mentioned something about teeter and special taxes going into teeter. That doesn't happen. Teeter is a funding mechanism to basically pre-fund taxes. So any special districts or any taxing jurisdiction that has a direct charge or a special assessment, it's treated no differently than the property taxes, the 1%. If it's not paid by the property owner, teeter goes ahead and funds that district, whatever those dollars are. And then any of penalties or interest associated with non-payment goes into teeter. That's how the balance of teeter has been created. It's the penalties and interest associated with non-payment. But all of the districts get 100% of whatever charge special assessments or direct charges that are on. And then I've heard several times that we're sitting on a pile of money. I want to remind you that we're in recovery for Butte Fire. I looked today to try to ascertain exactly how much money we're out that we've claimed, that we're waiting to get back, that we've been notified that FEMA is going to pay or Calaveras is going to pay. Basically, the county has expended over $10 million related to Butte Fire, and we've received to date, physically received $2.9 million. So we are not sitting on a pile of money. It's sitting with the state of California and the federal government. And I'm certain at some point we'll get it. I just don't know what that length of time is going to be. I did establish 2 receivables, one for $1.5 million related to federal funds and a $391,000 receivable related to state funds, both related to Butte Fire. But that's all that we've been notified that the Public Assistance Grant and California Disaster Assistance Act grant is going to pay at this point. So that's a total of a little over $4 million. So $10 million we've spent. We're looking at about $4 million that has definitely been signed off on. So easy math is I'm still waiting on several millions of dollars. So it will get it at some point. I'm hoping this next fiscal year, but in the meantime, we're skimming across cash flow.
Thank you. Further comments by the public?
I once was a volunteer fireman at the Ebbets Pass Fire District, and my son was 2 years old, and he was found in a pond, and if it wasn't for the volunteer fire people who rescued him and took him to the hospital here in San Andreas, plus the fact that the doctor that was on call was a pediatrician, he probably wouldn't be 36 years old today. So I have a real affection for the Ebbets Pass Fire Department, number one, and my service to that department. And anything anybody can do to support the fire service is, I'm wholly in favor of that happening. So whatever you can do as a board, I would really appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Trevor Whitkey, District 2, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. We too would like to express our support for anything that the county is able to do to support public safety in the county and to support our local fire districts. I grew up in Moke Hill. The volunteer fire department there is really the core of our community. Every 4th of July, the volunteer fire department is out there leading the parade and is on a daily basis keeping all of us safe. My neighbor is actually, my in-law's neighbor is the chief in Moke Hill, and I see him going out on a regular basis. In the middle of the night, he's out looking to protect the community, and so it's vital that we maintain all these services and do everything that we can. As Measure C funds were brought up and the availability of cash, we do know that $7.2 million was brought in as a result of Measure C funds in the first installment, and we also know that any way that we can keep government afloat, particularly if we have cash flow problems, is vitally important. And so if we're already having cash flow problems right now, these problems are only going to get magnified down as we go further along. So bringing in this next batch of $7.2 million and getting $14.4 million total for the year is absolutely vital and will be essential to maintaining key services like this, I believe. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Mr. McManus?
Bill McManus. I live in District 3 and have been living in the Ebbets Pass Fire District for a long time. And I am an informed person about fire departments and how they work. I've lived there for a long time. I would recommend that people not look to Proposition 172 or taxing criminal enterprises or coming up with any other kind of whiz-bang methods of raising money. We have a tax in our district. I see it on my tax bill every year. It's not excessive. It's actually a great deal. And all you have to do is, if I have to take an ambulance one time, which thankfully I haven't, it pays for the taxes. Explain it. Somebody needs to explain to the people, the constituents out there, that if you rely on government, you will be disappointed. If you believe the campaign promises, you will be disappointed eventually. Depend on yourself. Go ahead and vote for the taxes. It comes out of your pocket. You're paying it. It's going to be there, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. No matter what happens with the complexion of the board, or if the board becomes fickle about one thing or another, your fire protection is going to be safe. You are paying for it. And any district that wants to do it, I would look to Ebbets Pass Fire to see how they've educated the people up there. We are, it's crazy to say when you want to pay taxes, and people in Ebbets Pass Fire District almost enjoy paying that fire tax. The service is so terrific, and it's such a good deal. And we don't have to wait or rely on San Andreas to do anything for us. We've taken care of it ourselves, thanks to our fire district. So I encourage all the fire districts to do that. Encourage your voters. Let them know what is possible, and let them take their fire protection back into their hands and control it, and they'll be much happier. And we won't be looking for funds all over the place to squeeze by here or start something else there. It'll be a sustainable fund for all the fire departments. So I hope they can do that, and I'm sure the people at Ebbets Pass Fire District would love to help out in how to educate the people and get a tax measure on the ballot to pay for your fire protection. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any further discussion, deliberation? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Supervisor Mills, seconded by Supervisor Garamendi. No further public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 13 is from the Administrative Office to authorize the process to relinquish the Calaveras County Transit Program back to the Calaveras Council of Governments and designate elected and county staff to serve as liaisons with the COG to outline a transition strategy and bring recommendations back to both boards.
All right. This item again is...
Supervisor, I'm sorry. CAO Lutz, you're presenting?
Yes. Just for a brief summary, really trying to allow this to be more of a discussion point. As we know, Public Works has operated the transit system for Calaveras County for a little over a decade now. And as the board is also aware, we've particularly over the last few years had some pretty significant issues on fare box recovery, challenges with the routes within the system, losing ridership. And with that, then, we've had to make adjustments structurally to try and bring that fare box ratio back into compliance. At the same time, it's resulted in cutting off or ending some routes that were lower performing or higher cost. Most recently, the board took action to eliminate the route over to Delta College being an example. And we're really at that point where continuing to operate the system as we have, we're just whittling away pieces of it and really are needing to look at a different way of operating and running that program. We're also at a point where we are having the current transit manager who is retiring next month. And we also are in process of developing and putting out the RFP to solicit a new transit operator. All of these factors make it a good point for us to really look at our current structure where those opportunities present themselves and ask, are there different ways that we might want to operate the system? Are there structural shifts that we need to make to really have a more vital, or I guess a more robust transit operation within the county? What we're then bringing to the board is an item to really weigh that input, explore the possibility that maybe Public Works, the county itself, is not the best operator for transit. Maybe we should return that program to the Council of Governments, or at least begin that process and have that discussion whether Council of Governments wants to assume that. And so what, and again, I believe there are council government staff in attendance as well to be able to provide some input. But I think it's a good opportunity for us to at least look at this, and then if the board wishes it, establish a transition committee to then work on the financial aspect of handing it back.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lutz. Is there any presenters from Public Works or COG who would like to speak?
Good evening, Supervisors. Amber Collins with the Calaveras Council of Governments. My comments will be pretty brief here unless you have additional questions for me. But really, I'm just here to support the county and what's in the best interest of our member jurisdictions. You know, the COG really serves as a resource for our member agencies to accomplish their goals and priorities. So I'm happy to work with the county on a transition plan. And one that will involve both the city and county, which are our member agencies. And then also, if the county does decide to move forward in this direction, I'd be happy to bring this discussion to my COG board and any subsequent action items to kind of move this process forward. Thank you.
Questions of COG representative?
Yeah, please don't run away. So COG has had this transit before. And how did it end up, what is the history that it got from COG and was put back into the county's purview?
Well, that is a complicated question and one I don't think I was prepared to answer. It is my understanding that in the history it was with the COG. I don't understand the nuances as to why it came over to the county Department of Public Works, but the COG is a joint powers agency between the city and counties, so really we work at the pleasure of our member agencies, and I think at that time the county and city decided it was in their best interest to presume services. And
yeah, it wasn't intended to be a loaded question because I don't know the answer either.
Right.
It's just understanding that history of how that occurred, so we don't repeat that somewhere in the future. And the transition team, if that's what's going to happen, would try to understand that as well as part of the process.
Okay.
Thanks.
I've got a real, there's no dumb questions. You realize that according to our board packet and previous meetings that public transit in Calaveras County is somewhat of a losing proposition. Would you agree with that? If you do, why would you want to take this on? I've got to be honest.
Is that the question?
That's the question.
I think, yeah. I would disagree it's a losing proposition. I think we all agree, and, there's no secret that we've had discussions at the COG board in terms of transit's performance recently in the past several years. I think that, transit is a very critical need of this county. And I think something like this is definitely an opportunity to bring the city to the table and then, have a forum for transit that is its own, board and forum for people to come and address transit issues.
Okay. So you're willing to take on a system that is costing money? And do you have a secret formula, or do you have any ideas how you're going to improve that situation? And if you do, I can't wait to see those, but let's, for instance, I hate using this scenario. What happens 2 years down the road when we're right back in the same spot we are, where it's still not making the fare, we're still in a problem financially with it? What happens then? Do we just stop public service? That's a question not necessarily for you, maybe for our community. And how important is public transit to this community?
Was that the
You're up.
question? Well, I think there's definitely opportunity here to identify cost efficiencies. Transit's always been a difficult service to run, especially in a rural area, definitely costly. But I think in the right organization that has expertise in this field and ability to address maybe some innovations and kind of changing of the times and looking at technologies and ways that we can take advantage of some changes in the world to better serve our constituents. I think there's opportunities.
And you can run this out of the COG Board of Directors?
Well, I think...
Have you discussed it, or you're going to discuss it? I know we're looking at the possibility. I don't want to nail you down too much, because that's not fair. But I'm sorry if you've got a problem, not you particularly, but if we have a problem with our transit system, we need to find fixes for it. And I'm hoping that COG would have some way to get us out of this mess, if you will, if it's a mess. That's another issue I have. Is it that bad? It appears to be from finance reporting here. Those are some of the questions I would have probably in the future. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Yeah, no problem. And we're, at the initial stages and definitely here to kind of explore what type of organization this could look like and maybe opportunities for shared staffing resources at the COG agency. So, we're definitely at the initial stages of these conversations. And, like I said, I'm really just here as a resource for our member agencies and what's in the best interest of the county and city.
Okay, thank you.
And if I might add to echoing Amber's point, this really does represent that first step or a stage of if it's the county's interest to transition this program or at least explore it, then this would be gauging if the board is even wanting to entertain that, and if so, let's develop a committee, start working directly with the COG, and have those discussions at both the COG board and this board.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Yeah, and I will defer to my colleagues who serve on the COG board as to their expertise, and they're deep in this. But I do want to make sure I'm clear that one of my only concerns would be that a lot of areas in my district are very underserved and hard to get to, and they're expensive routes, and they're always going to lose money. But providing access to people who have no other means of transportation, especially in one of the poorer areas of this county, is important. And I want to make sure that as you come up with the plan, I understand it has to be bottom line, but it can't be bottom. But we can't abandon certain areas in our community that need access to transit. A lot of people in my community don't have the quarter tank of gas it takes to get down the hill and back. And so I hope you would take that into consideration. That would be my ongoing concern, but certainly defer to the members of the board.
Supervisor Mills?
No, I'll defer to Supervisor Toffenali.
Well, this is just the initial step, as Tim pointed out. This has to go to the COG board, and we have to have a discussion there. It has to go, I think, the formation of a committee to put the whole thing together is in line. I think it needs to be played out that way, and between both boards, reporting to COG board and reporting back to this board on steps and the plan to transition it. It's just not going to say, okay, here's the line, cut it today, tomorrow it's over at COG, and that's done. It's just not going to transition that way. As far as public transportation, and county council can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we're mandated to provide some type of public transportation, so it's not going to go away. It's just not going to disappear. So we receive funding for it. But again, this is just the initial step to go forward. And I see the cities here, member of the COG from the city. Perhaps she has or wants to chime in on this.
Well, that's what I was going to ask the chair, if we would recognize the Vice Mayor of the City of Angels Camp and also a member of COG, that we could get her input.
I most certainly do, and welcome. Good evening. How you been?
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Amanda Farlandorf, Vice Mayor of Angels Camp, and the city supports the changeover to COG. both Mills and Tofanelli have touched on mandates. The mandates don't only affect you, it also affects the city. So with these reporting not matching, what our funding is in effect. And we are in the same place you guys are, struggling, trying to come up with creative ideas to help alleviate some of the issues that have gone on for the last couple of years. And we think this is the best avenue, and the city supports it 100%. And we are willing to work with both the county, the COG, as a member entity of in this partnership to see that this is a smooth transition.
Thank you, and I'd like to, as chair, I'd like to officially recognize Mayor, and we sit on several committees together. Thank you for coming this evening. Is there any other comment? Well, actually, I think I'd like to hear from Public Works staff while we're on staff. Is there any comment by Public Works in this matter? Then we'll go to public. Then we'll go to public comment.
I'd like to say something though too.
I'm sorry.
I said I would have a comment before we go to public comment.
Okay. When we have staff, we'll go to that. Supervisor Clappett. Mr. Krovitz.
Public Works supports whatever is in the best interest of transit and the transit public that we serve. And if this process, which is not overly defined here, gets us to that goal, we're going to support it and we're going to do what's asked of us. The idea was floated initially in the short-range transit plan, and you can find what the comments were in that short-range transit plan. I'll let you guys ferret that out. It's pretty large. But that's about all Public Works has to say.
Okay.
This was presented to me a week ago. Any questions?
Questions of Mr. Krovitz? Seeing none. Supervisor Clapp, you had a comment?
Yeah, my statement would be, I represent District 5. District 5 has no public transit in it. They just did an intersection with Caltrans, and they didn't even put handicap accessible. So I'm completely blocked off. I don't know how Caltrans got away with what they did, but it's not ADA approved, and so I can't even get transit. So you have transit, but District 5 has none.
Further comments before public comment? Public comment? Mr. Edson.
So, right across the road from District 5, there is a bus stop. It's there for District 5. And we put it there. And it is handicap accessible. So, they put it into a private property because we couldn't find a place to put it on the road anywhere because of the improvements. And so, you know, actually I took the bus ride from that when they opened it up. Works fine. Right there at Vista Largo and 26. You know, this has been a takeover for quite a while. COG and Angel's been trying to get a hold of transit for quite a while. There's a lot of money involved in it somewhere. And we're going to give it to them. We're going to give money away for something that can't be managed any better from anybody else because of the situation in the county. Transit is a difficult proposition in this county no matter what. No matter what. And so by creating one person doing it right now, and the funding that comes into the county, what is it, $1.2 million or something like that for transit, you're not going to keep that here. It's going to go away. And it's going to create another agency somewhere else that's going to cost more. But it's going to keep funding going to that agency. So I think you guys ought to think about this. Take a look at the numbers, make get real on it, and realize that Deborah, who ran transit all these years, did everything possible to make it run as efficiently and as good as possible. And if you want to be partners, they could have been partners with her and helped her out and there was a constant resistance from COG. So there's a lot more to it than just what we're hearing right here. And it's very convoluted. So the other thing is wasn't there an issue recently about an audit of COG? Yeah, you know, I mean, are we going to consider that as well? So, I don't know. I just am not in favor of creating something bigger when we have shrunk it down as much as we could to make it run as efficiently as possible. Even though it is not a moneymaker, it will never be a moneymaker. I don't care who you hand it to. It will never be a moneymaker. The difference is where does that money go? And some people are willing to give it to another part of the county.
Thank you, sir.
Chair, I'd like to address one of the erroneous statements that Mr. Edson made, is to do at the intersection that is not handicap accessible. There's no crosswalk that goes to the Tofanelli's district, and it's just common for the erroneous statements that the gentleman constantly makes. Thank you.
Noted. Any further public speakers?
Good evening. We would like to enter this for the record. Is that okay? Can I hand this to
Is it on the agenda item, ma'am?
Yes, it's regarding Agenda 13, COG.
Okay. If you'll hand it to the clerk, please.
Vivian Seichu, District 1. We would like to begin from an abstract of an email written by one of our supervisors, which reads, "People only want to see their government working together for a common goal of keeping them safe, and this is not the way to do that. Elections have consequences. As you know, the state has notified the county of an audit that will go back 10 years. That by itself should have people on their toes. I can speak to some of this privately. As you recall, the COG audit was very disheartening. And keep in mind the books were being handled by our auditor. They even said the problem was going on for years. That issue has been corrected with the addition of a bookkeeper at COG. The fact of the matter is that overall the county cannot fix its broken finance system that easily, gentlemen, and yet keeps having problems with it. Simply adding a bookkeeper at COG does not solve the problem, which has been allowed to fester for years. The issue is not with short staffing, but rather with process quality and competency levels, and perhaps also with ethical value standards. As we all well know by now, the county struggles with commingling, cash flow and cost management, prompt reimbursement claims, and priority use of restricted fund balances. The auditor-controller's credibility, along with the county's, would be greatly diminished by a state audit. They would tear the whole fiscal operation apart in a matter of days, to also include COG. Highly experienced and trained fiscal professionals would laugh at the financial system that our county has been operating under for years, which also extends to COG. As elected officials, gentlemen, you and the auditor-controller should be our watchdogs. But if we are not mistaken, we have been operating without a single audit order for a very long time. You are the sole responsible parties who know the actuals and who have not once publicly or during budget reviews pointed out any issues or variances. In conclusion, and to dovetail back from where we first started, you are absolutely correct, Mr. Mills. People only want to see their government working together for a common goal. And elections, indeed, do have consequences. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Hi, guys. Kathy Topol, Common Ground Senior Services. As you know and are well aware, we provide transportation to the disabled, the veterans, and the older adult population. I think that no matter whether this goes back to COG or whether it stays with public transit or with public works, I think what's important is that we start working, and we start working with people on the ground floor. Everybody that has a stake in transportation makes huge salaries, has this huge overhead with it. And I think if we start thinking ground floor, nonprofits, other organizations that can take pieces of this and put it together into the community to make it a whole, I think that's what's really important, and I think we need to keep that in mind. I'd also like to ask that when you do this committee, You have your COG supervisors, but I think you need someone other than a COG supervisor to sit on this board. Because number one, as Supervisor Garamendi mentioned, his district is very underserved. It's very hard to serve his district. I talked to him last week looking for volunteers out there. We get calls on a daily basis for people to get out of West Point, to go to medical appointments. We can't serve them. We don't have the staff, the funds, or the volunteers. So somebody like him who's got people on the ground floor out there, I'd like to see him sit on that committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vogel. Further public comment?
House of Government Taxpayer Association. It's a complex, it's almost like a can of worms. Try to figure out what's best. Usually, if you turn over an enterprise to government, you can expect a loss. Would the loss be greater if the government is further removed from the electorate or even the public? What exactly was the history of operation of the bus service under COG? What were the nature of the problems? Are they the same problems that we have now? Is the problems accounting, keeping track of money? Is the problems not reaching out to potential sources of funding, like the private sector, or even privatization? We know that the non-for-profit groups certainly can have a need for this and can help fund it. Where do we go to get the expert advice? Well, I think before you transfer the operation to COG, you get a hold of somebody that's familiar with this, that understands these systems statewide or even nationally, and see what kind of ideas other districts have done, or even what the private sector has done. Then you get some recommendations that might, who knows, might be able to operate a system at a profit, and maybe not even have government run it. Such things have happened before. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skell. Mr. Edson, I believe we only have one time for public speaking.
Sure, but...
Mr. Edson, we're not going to engage in one-to-one, please. Is there any further public speakers?
George Fry. My opinion is that the Public Works ought to continue to operate it, and I do have a suggestion. I really feel for Supervisor Garamendi's district, and maybe the solution is something akin to dial-a-ride, or a maybe even something similar to a taxi cab, or that can help those people in that area so that they do get their needs met. There's got to be a solution to that kind of thing without having to run a bus all the way to West Point and Railroad Flat and Wilseyville and what have you. So I would recommend that the county hang on to the transit system.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring the focus back to the agendized item, and that is to form a committee, if you will, don't know what the definition is, to look into the feasibility of turning over the transit system to COG. Am I correct in that, CAO Lutz?
Yeah, certainly the board has discretion if they want to decide on a committee and what its intended purpose is, but ideally then it would be to explore what that would entail if the board's interested in transitioning transit out of Public Works and back to COG for an as yet undetermined structure.
So as I understand it, we're looking from the board direction to form that committee and do that research, and then that would be discussed in open forum at a meeting again. And at that time, I would have some very serious questions, but that's another time at another meeting for an agendized item, depending on the results of the board's decision tonight. So is there further board discussion? Supervisor Garamendi.
You know, I think our board members who serve on the COG are closest to this, but just to be consistent with what we're doing, we're not voting on a final switch over here. So I might suggest that on item number 13, we eliminate section 1 and just go section, because it's a little ambiguous. Authorize the process to relinquish. I get that, but more important, I think, is designated elected and county staff to serve as liaisons with the COG to outline transition strategy and bring recommendations back to both boards. And with that, you know, I would make a motion that we go with that and leave the first sentence out, just because it keeps it clear exactly what we're doing. COG's you guys are gonna figure this out, and we'll talk about it.
I fully understand.
Is that your motion?
But gentlemen, we have a motion on the floor.
I'll second that.
Okay. Let's understand the motion. Motion was made by Supervisor Garamendi regarding agenda item 13 to strike subsection 1 and act on subsection 2. Madam Clerk, could you read what to be stricken and also what we're voting on, please?
If I might, Mr. Chair, can I amend my motion?
Sure, you can amend your motion.
I'll withdraw my
Sorry,
second.
Hold on a
I'll
minute,
withdraw.
hold on a minute. It's been moved and seconded.
I
Well,
withdraw my
amend-
second.
You can amend the motion, but you'll have to, do we withdraw the first one? Yeah. We'll have to withdraw the first one, then you'll make a new motion. So, as a mover, would you remove your?
Yes, I removed my second.
Okay, we're in agreement that motion will be removed from the table. Right, counsel?
The second has been removed, so the original motion can be modified. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Garamendi, do you have a motion now?
Thank you. I just want to clarify so I get this all done in one motion.
Okay.
That would designate the members of the groups, these two gentlemen who serve on the COG already as the elected, and Mr. Lutz as the county staff to serve as liaisons with the COG to outline transition strategy and bring recommendations back to both boards.
Okay, do we understand the motion?
By what time?
By the time you're ready. Unless you'd like it to.
I just wanted it clear.
I think you guys should take the time to do this correctly.
Okay, all right, we have a motion on the floor.
And I'd second that.
As stated by Supervisor Garamendi, we have a second by Supervisor Clapp. Is there any further board discussion?
Well, only just.
Everybody's got their lights on. I'm just waiting with bated breath.
No, Chair, I was just trying to be sure everybody clearly understood that the Vice Chair of COG is the at-large member from District 2. So you do have somebody that has voice in your district that is on, and he is active, he is engaged, he does understand the COG and the policies and principles that COG operates under. So you have a good representative there, sir.
And he's up in West Point.
And he's up in West Point.
End of the line.
Exactly. So, thank you.
Counsel, you need to speak probably, huh?
I just wanted to clarify with ad hoc committees, you know, it's limited to solely of the less than a quorum of the body of the elected, of the legislative body for a specific purpose for a limited time. I just wanted to clarify this is really just an informal committee, not an ad hoc committee, because you are including the CAO to reach out to COG for this purpose. I do think that because you are going to be having two board members participate and it is a limited scope, that it would be wise to have a limited term to it as well, just in an abundance of caution. So it's not it wouldn't rise to a standing issue where potentially you meet every month for, you know, an ongoing period of time. It doesn't sound that there's going to be any kind of set meetings or schedules or anything that would constitute a standing meeting. But for instance, your very broad expectations is the hopes that this group would be able to report back to both COG and this board within 6, 9, 12 months. It can certainly be the outer limits, but that would be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. And it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that we have not set any time limit on this committee. Is that correct? Am I incorrect?
Correct.
All right. You can amend your motion if you wish. We'll have to withdraw the original. All right. Second was withdrawn by Supervisor Clapp, and Supervisor Garamendi has indicated he's going to withdraw his motion.
See if we get it right this time.
Supervisor Garamendi, you have the floor.
All right. Same motion as before with 6 months.
6 months. This is, and just so for clarification, this is a ad hoc committee, standard committee, or a fact-finding unofficial committee. Is that correct?
Chair, it can't be an ad hoc simply because we
Absolutely.
included the
I'm
CAO.
just clarifying. Council, is that correct? Clarity, please.
An ad hoc committee is solely less than a quorum of the legislative body of the board. So this would be an informal group that is designated to reach out to COG and work with COG to formulate a plan.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Hi, you can speak. How are you, CAO Lutz?
Hi there. Not to complicate things, part of the reason the first component to this item was there is we have an issue on needing to replace the transit manager position. Now, we can try and go the extra hire route in order to see if we can get somebody as a transitional period. And initially, when we were looking at it, and if we were trying to establish a transition plan, we could have made it work. If we're looking at possibly 6 months coming back to the board for recommendation, I would just seek board's guidance first on the RFP that we were doing for the transit operations, whether we continue with the existing operator and hold off on doing that RFP, which would be preferable. It would certainly save staff time and funds until we know what's going to happen. And then the second piece would be looking at, we'll certainly try and do an extra hire position with the goal that we don't know, there's uncertainty there. But really the big piece would be that RFP on the transit operations.
I mean, there's no reason that this committee needs to go 6 months. If they come back to us in 2 weeks, it's fine. They may need 6 months or more.
Please.
You guys are on there. What do you get?
Well, we have a COG meeting in 2 weeks, so we'll discuss it with the board, COG board at that time. And so, I don't anticipate this taking 6 months at all.
You got a comment?
Yeah, on the extension that we just passed, that was to, what's the deadline on that? Was it a 6 month or a 9 month extension that we did? Jeff, do you know?
I believe it was a
March, okay. So it's March is the date, and that gives us that much time to work. I'm just thinking of the broader perspective here.
All right.
Am I wrong?
6 months.
Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. The RFP for a new transit operator for the operation of the transit system, providing the drivers, we extended that till the end of February of 2018. However, there is a required circulation period, a required response period, a period to bring it in front of the board for approval. And so we unfortunately, are pushing ahead with that RFP. So there needs to be a certain amount of time built in if we're going to have an operator in place, or if we're going to get directed to negotiate a second extension with our current operator. So we need to, it needs to have a thought-out plan.
Okay,
And we need
thank
the
you.
time.
I just wanted to be sure that was included in this conversation, if everybody understood that timeline.
All right, we have a motion on the table. We have a second on the table.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Krobitz. Any further comment, Supervisor Tofinelli? Any public comment on the motion? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, you need a break? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a 10-minute break. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in session, and we had a little technical extension. I appreciate you taking time to get us back on TV land. Madam Clerk.
So, Chair, I would like to revisit the motion on item 13. My understanding is that the motion is to designate Supervisors Tofinelli and Mills and CAO Lutz to serve as liaisons with the COG to outline the transition strategy and bring recommendations back to both boards. We have a motion by Supervisor Garamendi. We do not have a second.
Wasn't that for 6 months too?
Yes, and it is for 6 months, for a term up to 6 months.
I'd be honored.
Can I have you? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Yeah. You did second that, I believe. Okay. Is that clarification for everybody? Everybody agrees with that? Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to now hear item 20, which is from the Administrative Office, to authorize the board chair to sign a letter of support for the California Association of Resource Conservation Districts application for Regional Conservation Partnership Program grant funds.
Good evening. Brian Moss, Administrative Office.
Good evening.
And good evening. This item is an item that the board heard actually last year. The California Association of Resource Conservation Districts actually did apply for funding last year, and they didn't get it. So they're reapplying. I guess they sharpened their pencils and reapplying for funding again this year. The reason this is important for Calaveras County is because we have a fledgling resource conservation district, an RCD. And that's the reason this is even coming before the board. A couple of years ago, we wouldn't have been addressing this at all. So what the factor is about this is that the California Association of Resource Conservation Districts is really applying for a Regional Conservation Partnership Program grant funds. If successful in those funds, there could be funding that is passed down to our local RCD, and that would be used specifically for tree mortality. So I apologize if this was a last-minute item. Chair Oliveira and I had received a request from CARC, just I think it was last week, requesting this letter. It needs to be to them before I want to say the 4th of September, so therefore it is at the board tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Moss.
It's a letter of support.
Okay. Questions by the board or staff of Mr. Moss? Supervisor Mills.
And our local RCD now has a building.
They do. They are in the process of getting a building from the Calaveras County Water District, and that is their old building.
Oh, Excellent. Further questions or comments by the board? Public comment.
Easy question. How much money we're talking about? What are the grants? We're talking about 100,000, million, 10 million? What kind of money are we talking about on these grants?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sogala. Mr. Moss.
Mr. Segala hit the nail right on the head. Actually, the grant would be for $10 million. And now, as far as that money coming to our local RCD, it could be as little as $5,000 a year, but something certainly is better than nothing at this point. And again, it gets our local RCD on the map, and I think that's what's very, very important. And it gets some support because right now, you know, they don't really have the funding to move forward too far, and so they are doing their best to go ahead and get the coffers going so they can actually apply for grants and do some positive things for the county.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Any further public comment? Mr. Edson?
Cliff Edson, San Andreas. I urge you to support the letter of support for the RCD. Our local RCD is been kind of idling for the past year. If you remember right, in 2016, the voters voted it in place, and it was the beginning, really, of some watershed management that we could do in the county for wildfire reduction, and then right now, in this case, a very good tool to help with tree mortality. It could also help private property owners with burnt trees and things from the fire that are possibilities. So that's what's a cool thing about the RCD is that it could also be used for private property owners for assistance, to get grants for them too. So I urge you to support this effort and give this RCD board a chance to get started and get motivated and do some really good things for our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edson. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it to the board. Deliberation or questions? Supervisor Mills.
This is just an opportunity that goes along with, and I know that they will work with the Foothill Fire Safe Council and the other entities that are also currently engaged in this process. So with that, I would like to move the item.
Thank you.
I would second it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. It's been moved by Supervisor Mills, seconded by Supervisor Tofinelli. Any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll entertain the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Now we'll go back to item 14. This item is from Public Works. To authorize the board chair to execute a third amendment to the professional services agreement between Calaveras County and Stan Tech Consulting Services Incorporated for the State Route 49 and Mountain Ranch Road intersection, roadway, and pedestrian improvement project for a required additional environmental scope of work with an additional budget of $104,676.78 for a total not to exceed of $204,105.78, and to extend the termination date to December 31st, 2018. Secondly, to execute a First Amendment to the professional services agreement between Calaveras County and Dawkin Engineering Incorporated for engineering services associated with the State Route 49 and Mountain Ranch Road intersection, roadway, and pedestrian improvements project for an additional scope of work with an additional budget of $97,255 for a total not to exceed amount of $495,738 and extend the termination date to December 31st, 2018.
Thank you. Mr. Crowitz.
Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. First item is some bookkeeping. Clerical inadvertently included in your agenda packets pages 122 to 145, which were from agenda item number 5. They were the amendment for that item that has already been voted. So it's necessary for us to remove or ignore from this packet pages 122 to 145 and go directly from page in your packet 121 to page 146 where the third amendment is in place. Hopefully that's not too confusing. Apologies for that. This item is a long-term combined funding public works project that includes funding from mitigation for the jail and the courthouse and the construction of Jeff Tuttle Drive. And some of the off-site improvements included in this capital project are mitigation for those two projects. So there are funds that came out of those that are being held both in Public Works and at the state for that. Additionally, we're utilizing CMAQ funds, which are air quality funds, to do pedestrian improvements. We are also including Rule 20A funds, which are funds collected through PG&E for the undergrounding of overhead utilities and improvements. The project proposes to improve the Pope Street intersection, improve sidewalks on both sides of Mountain Ranch Road between Government Center and Highway 49. And this item is to extend and add monies to two contracts that we utilize to complete this project. We have a contract with Stantec to do project approval and environmental document, and we have a contract with Dock and Engineering to do construction documentation. They've both been working along in parallel with each other, and in 2015 we were doing subsurface explorations to identify cultural resources of high concern. It turned out that we did not dig deep enough, and we did not dig in all the locations of expected excavations. So it was determined that we needed to go to the next phase of cultural resource excavation that will then give us a deeper document with more mitigation in this area. Supervisor Garamendi, I apologize to you. It just goes on and on. And to fund this, or partially fund this, I suggested earlier in the year with Supervisor Tofinelli that we close a project that we were not making much progress on, which was a gap fill of sidewalks, a little bit on Highway 49 and then on the opposite side of the street from where we did construct sidewalks going down School Street to the high school. So we closed that project. COG went through the process of de-obligating it through the FTIP, Federal Transportation Improvement Program, and we earmarked those monies and moved them into this project to make it whole. In addition, you have noticed that there is a curb cut for pedestrians between the Government Center and the hospital that were installed as part of the improvements with Jeff Tuttle Drive. There was anticipation at that time that there was going to be a crosswalk at that location. Previous 3 or 4 prior to my tenure, Public Works directors ago, did not want to put a pedestrian crosswalk in there. I believe that there is a safe way to do it with a pedestrian activated advance warning signals that identify that there's a pedestrian who wishes to cross. That allows traffic to slow down in this 25-mile-per-hour zone before the pedestrian enters the crosswalk. Once the crosswalk is cleared, it's cleared, and we go back to normal operation. So this change also accommodates the design and installation for that accommodation so that we are not forcing pedestrians to walk from the new Pope Street intersection all the way to Highway 49, cross the street, and then come down the opposite side of Mountain Ranch Road if they want to travel between the Medical Center and Government Center, or the Medical Center and DMV, CHP, Cal Fire, Courthouse, Jail, Facility. That is basically what this item is. I hope I've given you a sufficient background. It is a multi-agency project with multi-funding streams.
Thank you, Mr. Krowitz. Supervisor Tofinelli.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Jeff, you mentioned that part of this is because we didn't dig in all the right places and we didn't dig to the right depths.
That's correct.
Who identified the digging areas and the depths?
It was Stantec, our environmental consultant, without benefit of input from local knowledgeable native sources.
And who was responsible for that?
Stantec.
Also on this item, it talks about, has this project changed? I mean, this project has been in the works since 2010 or 12. And when Jeff Tuttle Drive was in progress, and all of this is supposed to go. So has this project changed other than the take out the environmental portion of it? We had concept drawings.
Yes.
Has that changed?
No. Well, there's a couple of things that have changed. There was underground utility conduits that were installed as part of the Jeff Tuttle Drive project for future streetlights and for future electrical.
Correct.
That PG&E tested and found to be wanting. So the scope of work has creeped from PG&E's perspective with the undergrounding portion on the portion between Jeff Tuttle Drive and Government Center. And then the other scope of that has changed on this project is really the pedestrian crosswalk, Government Center to the Medical Center.
But even so, I question the second part of this where it says that Doken wants an additional $100,000 for an additional scope of work. And you're saying that that's for the pedestrian improvements?
It's not just those pedestrian improvements. It is their full design. It represents our cost of delay, and it also represents the change of scope. In other words, there is additional coordination that's being required for location of the excavations for cultural. It is the additional coordination with PG&E to locate from their composite drawings, and their composite drawings represent cable, phone, power, and communications, county communications.
So then my question is Santec was the one that fouled this whole process. Why aren't they the ones paying the additional costs? If I as a contractor foul something in the field, it's my cost. I have to fix it. I can't go back to the general contractor or the owner and say, gee, I need more money. So I don't understand the concept of these coming to us like this when if they were incorrect in their assumptions on their own and they didn't do what they were supposed to do on their own, why we end up paying for it when we had a contract for their services to provide this?
And the only answer that I can give you, and it's not probably going to be a very good one, and this is essentially somewhat hearsay, is that the initial bid from Stantec included very limited research into archaeological sites or archaeological resources. When they discovered that there was a potential, what should we say, sites of concern, because they were not published on state databases, they expanded within their current scope some of the work.
Okay.
And that work was done.
Okay, and let's just say, for the sake of okay, Has that work been done now?
No, it hasn't.
It hasn't been done?
It has not been done.
Okay. So when we put out the RFI for this, in the scope of work that was on that RFI, it didn't say just kind of cover if you think so. It ran the gamut of what they were supposed to be bidding on, did it not?
It does, but it doesn't. I'm trying to think about a clear way I can explain this to you. The scope of work is what they anticipate. So they go to the databases and say, we anticipate historical site, we anticipate cultural site, we anticipate endangered species, and then we know everything else that we're supposed to be doing. Okay? As we got into the project, it turns out that there was a village located here in San Andreas where Mountain Ranch Road, where the hospital sits, here. And it was occupied full-time.
Where the hospital sits?
Yeah.
So when we built the hospital, we didn't discover it?
No, because it was, at that time, it was federal legislation under NEPA that would identify it and not state legislation on CEQA. So if it was built with state-only funds, at that time there was no requirement to identify it. And if you don't have a nationally recognized tribe of concern, you go out to the Western Miwoks, the Jackson Miwoks, the Tuolumne Miwoks, who are nationally recognized. They give you an answer that says yes concern or no, not much concern. So no, it was not brought up back then. At least this is my understanding. This is way before my tenure.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Supervisor Clapp, do you have a comment? Okay. Well, for the guy, I have a question. Just so, for the purpose of clarity, you inherited this problem, sir. Oh. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we're seeking a solution to it.
Yes.
And this is a solution.
This is a solution. So
that's all I have.
The only thing I can say is that I think that we are actually getting better and more knowledgeable about cultural resources within our county, especially those that are of great concern to our eastern Miwok tribe that are working their way through national recognition. And so we are getting through our projects. They are costing us a lot more. But nationally recognized or non-nationally recognized, the resources are still there. And we still have a responsibility to mitigate our impacts to those.
Supervisor Garamendi.
I mean, I recognize the needs of the tribes and the importance of that. I think my concern continues to come back to the consulting firms that, borrow your watch and then tell you the time and then tell you need a new watch, and only they can sell it to you. That's just continuing, so I'm hoping going forward they will take these into account, because there's no stream that hasn't been mined here. There's been a lot of bodies over this land.
Yeah.
If they're calling every stack of rocks an archaeological site, we're never going to get to the end, and I hope that they stop this process over time. I mean, or get the bid correct rather than continuing change.
Well,
and I recognize this was a different time.
And, I mean, if you can say, I'm not calling it a benefit of the fire-killed tree removal program, but that did and continues to build a database of sites of concern. So we now know where they are. And every time we do a project like Railroad Flat, we know where we have sites of concern. So we don't step into that mine again.
Further comments?
And no reflection on you at all, Jeff. My concern was what's going on here, because it continually comes. It seems like I'm in construction and I have a contractor's license. I can't do the stuff that's going on. So that was my concern. But even so, when we gave them the contract, we hired them to be our experts. We don't know. You tell us. You be our experts. And they came forward with an RFI, proposal for the RFI, and we said, okay, based on So it just, seeing this continually coming back and continuing coming back, not just this particular item, but other items keep coming back for more money, it just seems to me that they go in knowing that they're going to come back wanting more money. We'll bid low, and we'll get the low price, and then we'll just keep going. So eventually we milk the cow until it's dry. I just don't see the additional cost, especially for the engineering portion of it. When it was already, we had a conceptual drawing, and they've been working on it for the last 4 or 5 years. Now they want another year and 3 months extension plus another $100,000. It just bothers me. And it wasn't a reflection on you.
I understand.
know you weren't.
There hasn't been a lot of work on this project going on since the discovery that our excavations were not deep enough to identify cultural resources, and there weren't enough locations. Since then, it has been a matter of figuring out what we're going to do, moving ahead with design with PG&E, so that we knew where they wanted us to dig, so that we were accurate, and so that we don't make the mistake again. So that's what has been going on the last 2.5 years. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's stretch this thing out. We're going to be here at midnight. I think you're learning too, Jeff, is how we build an RFP is a great determiner on what kind of response you're going to get, and the better that you know what those potentials are is how you develop that RFP.
Right.
I worked undergrounding at places like Livermore Lab, and one of the things that we always put back in to our contract negotiation was a rock clause. Mm-hmm. Okay, you're laughing. You know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
Because that's the way out. We always looked for what kind of an option or a way out can we build into our response to that RFP. And if they took it, hey, we were home free, because then the change orders could come. And we also had, as you remember, as a contractor, how much of a percentage could you alter an original contract before you have to go back to renegotiate? It's 15%. And once you go beyond that in change orders, you had to go back to renegotiate the contract. So we're not doing that in government. It's kind of weird, but that's the way the code is written. So people who bid these kind of contracts with government know full well that door is open, and they use it. So it's no reflection on you. It's just simply we're learning the process here.
The door is open on the service contracts. The door is not open on construction contracts.
No, you're right. Construction's different.
Okay. Further comments? Public comment?
Yeah, thank you. House of Gallup Taxpayer Association. It seems reasonable that the scope of work changes, that a change order is appropriate, because the contractor who bid the job could not be responsible for unknown circumstances. Probably a rock clause you're talking about. The underlying problem here is unreasonable regulations. I don't know the solution to that, but first step would probably be find out just how much money is being wasted because of these regulations. How much money is being wasted? Okay, if the job is $100,000 and you end up spending $300,000, well, my God, you're spending 3 times the cost. At some point, it needs to be known just how much money is wasted on unreasonable regulations. Now, what is reasonable? Well, if you have a cemetery for Native Americans, that probably should be reserved or in some way protected. But the compensation for that would probably be the people that are most interested in that would be the Native population. They might be interested in actually raising some money to protect their heritage. You know, they don't own the property that the grave is on, but since they have a responsibility for creating these regulations, they might also share the responsibility for some of the cost. I don't think that's going to fly with the state, but it's another approach. And the first step would be to keep track of how much is being lost to the taxpayers because of these type of regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Yes, Bill McManus. Also as a contractor, I remember when you developed a bid or an estimate, that was not just your starting point, that was the ending point too. That's what you were going to charge. You agreed to do the job for that amount of money. If along the way something happened which jeopardized the job, it was up to the contractor and the consumer to work that out. It's like, you're not going to get a very good job, and no one knew about it, and you arrived at an equitable solution for both parties, and the job continued on. I want to thank Supervisor Tofinelli for challenging this. I had friends in the contracting business that looked at government like a big, huge ATM machine, that if they could just get the first contract in, they could keep pulling the lever and punching the buttons on that machine, and quite possibly that would be the last job they'd ever have to do in their career. So it takes courage to challenge the system. I'm glad someone has real life experience that knows what it's like. Sometimes you have to eat a job, and that's no fun. But it's good that you challenge what's going on, because I've seen a lot of these things come before the board, and it's just 5-0, bam, out the door they go. And, we just start the Calaveras printing machine up again and start paying for this stuff. So I want to thank Supervisor Tofinelli for the challenge to this. And I hope that they can consolidate this project, get it going, make that accommodation with the customer, which is people of Calaveras County, with these contractors, and just get the job done. It'll be really nice too if they pave Mountain Ranch Road from Highway 49 up to Government Center. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Further comments by the public? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
I will move this item, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. No further public comment. And all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 15 is from Behavioral Health Services Mental Health Program to adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of Health and Human Services to apply for a State of California Department of Housing and Community Development HCD No Place Like Home Technical Assistance Planning Grant.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good, how are you? Members of the board. Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services. The item before you today is a request for the board to adopt a resolution that allows Health and Human Services Agency to apply for a non-competitive $75,000 planning and technical assistance grant through the Housing and Community Development Department at the state level. And this is a planning and design technical assistance grant to prepare for the No Place Like Home funding that will be coming out in late 2018. No Place Like Home is an opportunity for California counties to further the permanent supportive housing options for clients that are severely mentally ill within the community, coupled with case management services. Just to be clear, at this point, this is very, very preliminary. This is simply a technical assistance grant that will allow us to design, do feasibility study, identify if this is something, a funding source that we'd like to pursue for this community. We are looking at partnering with our local counties. We've begun speaking with Amador, Tuolumne, and then of course Mariposa counties, given we are all parts of the continuum of care. And so we're looking at ways to identify administrative efficiencies by developing kind of a singular type of model that we can then kind of make modifications that are reflective of the communities that we serve. And again, this is a $75,000 technical assistance grant, and come late 2018, we know that Calaveras County has the opportunity, if we determine this is a funding source we want to pursue, to obtain $500,000 in non-competitive funds for the development of permanent supportive housing. And then there are competitive opportunities available too if we wish to pursue those. Take any questions?
Questions? Thank you. Public comment? Mr. Mauer, your staff, you can comment during, you're not limited to 3 minutes.
So I just wanted to briefly say that I support this. You know, the housing element has identified needs for very special populations. This would qualify for that. We need every help we can get in getting affordable housing in the community for a broad range of populations, workforce housing, special needs housing, you name it. We'll be looking at a housing element update before we know it, and it'd be good to have something on our resume to say, here's what we've done. So I would support going after this grant, sort of the stepping stone for seeing what opportunities we have available, and perhaps it might be worthwhile pursuing some of these other grants in the future. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further staff presentation? Any further public comment presentation? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any further questions? Supervisor Garamendi? Lights on. Move. Moved by Supervisor Garamendi.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. No further public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0, unanimous.
You can go home now, Kristen.
Item 16 is from the...
Hanging in there.
Item 16 is from the Planning Department to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 17.98 to clarify reconsideration of project decisions and find that the proposed amendment is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15601B3 of the CEQA guidelines.
Good evening, gentlemen. This is a proposed amendment to the zoning ordinance, really sort of a cleanup amendment. Under the amendment or appeals section, we came across a section, well, it was sort of discovered through some of the cannabis appeals that we've had, a confusing section of the code that could be read several different ways. Some of the appellants have been trying to use that as a way to create an endless loop of appeals and reconsideration. This just hopefully clarifies what was intended by this. The language was amended back in 1992. It was supposed to clarify it. I don't think it did. Hopefully this one does. What we're proposing is the section 1798-060 be deleted primarily to eliminate the section B of the subsection B, because that's the confusing part. The sections of A and C plus additional provisions are moved to the front since they apply to the whole section. Worked with County Council on this, and the Planning Commission heard this back on August 10th. A 3-0 vote. There were 2 absent members. They recommended that you adopt this ordinance amendment. So I would recommend that you find that it is exempt from CEQA.
I'm sorry, Mr. Supervisor. Could you turn your mic on? Thank you, sir.
The way it was written is kind of repetitive.
Exactly.
Yeah, just, you could keep going back and forth.
And so it sort of, I think there was some confusion between the terms reconsideration and appeal. In this case, we made it very clear the difference. You have provisions in your procedural documents about how you reconsider things. The Planning Commission is also going through changes to their procedural documents, and we're adding provisions for reconsideration in the procedures. So I think this clarifies things, and hopefully we won't have this endless loop. No. I want to go home too, so it's okay. I'm done. Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Any
Mills.
questions?
Further questions? Supervisor Mills, your light's off. Okay. Any public comment on this? Seeing none, council question. This is a majority vote item. Okay. I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Mills, second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor indicate by saying aye. I'm sorry. Public comment? No further public comment. All indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Good night, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Power.
Item 17 is from Human Resources, introduced after a waiver of the reading requirements, an ordinance adopting changes consistent with the modified and extended MOU with Service Employees International Union, Local 1021, for the Board of Supervisors.
Good evening, Chair, Board members. Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. Traditionally, the Board makes changes in benefits for the Board of Supervisors in a manner consistent with represented and unrepresented employee groups. This ordinance shall amend the previous ordinance for your benefits. The benefit changes were that you'll be following with SEIU were approved by this board on August 8th. And the changes will bring the health care, the county contribution to health care for employee to $597.72, for employee plus one, $1,165.40, and then family coverage, $1,542.84. The effective date of this ordinance will be 30 days after the board adoption per Government Code 25123. And so I will be bringing this back for the adoption at the next board meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Questions of Ms. Hawkins by the board? Seeing none, public comment? Mr. Scala.
Yeah, my compliments to our Mrs. Hawkins. This is probably the first time we've had sunshine on supervisor compensation that went to the public. This is very good. What we think should be considered is an alternate way of setting supervisor salaries. Not that you're not worth all the money you get. You are. You're good people. But when you make decisions on representing the taxpayer and negotiating with the unions, and you're part of the package that you give them, there's an implication of something not being right there. I understand that not all public bodies use this method that you're using. I understand you can use a judiciary or some other ways of fixing your salaries that's not under your own vote, under your own control. Perhaps the CAO could check with what other jurisdictions are doing, and you could perhaps consider an alternative way. It's not implying that you would deliberately raise people's salaries in order to raise your own. And that's not implied at all. It's just not, it gives the appearance of impropriety. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Hawkins, in response?
And to be clear, this is just the contribution to health care, and this is not an increase to salaries.
Okay. Ms. Hawkins, I have a question. Is it mandatory that in this particular situation where Board of Supervisors take this benefit? Is there an alternative method? Up to the individual's choice, which is available to all the employees of the county. In lieu of, maybe?
I would have to check with county council. I don't know.
I can answer the question, Chair.
Supervisor Mills.
I don't take the employee health plan for myself or my wife, and we get the in lieu. I think it was $300 a month.
Right. We only have one, and if you look at the amount of money that is that this is being affected, we do only have, I believe, one board member who is taking health care.
Yeah.
And that member is your board chair. Yeah. Okay. Any further questions of Ms. Hawkins? Seeing none, I entertain a motion.
For that one member, I would motion, make the motion.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Any further public comment? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0, unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Hawkins.
Item 18 is from Human Resources to introduce, after a waiver of the reading requirements, an ordinance adopting changes consistent with the modified and extended MOU with Service Employees International Union Local 1021 for elected officials.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Management. Once again, this is also an ordinance to increase the county contribution to health care. This ordinance, once adopted, will also have a 30-day waiting period before it is effective.
Thank you. Question of the board. We have had an opportunity to review the board packet regarding these appointments. And Madam Clerk.
No, we're not there yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're still on item 18.
18,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
This is elected officials.
And this
so
is
they-
for,
Okay.
right, this is for the county health care for elected officials. And so the elected officials is the assessor, the auditor, controller, clerk recorder, coroner, district attorney, treasurer, tax collector, and sheriff.
Questions of Ms. Hawkins? Seeing no questions, public comment. Seeing no public comment, I'll bring it back to the board, and I'll entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Any further public comment? I'll bring it back for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0, unanimous.
Good night, Ms. Hawkins.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins.
Item 19 is from the Board of Supervisors, the appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. The item you have before you today is for 3 appointments for 3 vacancies. We've received 3 applications, so usually the way this is handled is unless there's a reason to separate one of the appointments out, they will all be acted upon at one time. So the first vacancy is on the IHSS Advisory Committee. This vacancy was advertised in May 2017. It's one vacancy for a term expiring 12/31/18 for a general public representative. We have an application from Jennifer Priest. The second is for the Library Commission. This vacancy was advertised in May 2017. One vacancy for a term expiring 12/31/18 for a member at large. We have an application from Kathleen Copeland. And the last is for the Commission on Aging. This vacancy was advertised August 2017. One vacancy for a term expiring 12/31/19 for District 1, Representative 2, Barbara Shaw.
Okay. Any public comment? No public comment. Any comments, deliberation by the board? Supervisor Tofinelli?
I would move this item, Mr. Chair.
It's moved by Supervisor Tofinelli.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Once again, request for public comment. Seeing none, call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Thank you, Chair. The last item on the agenda, regular agenda, is from County Council to receive a general training on the Brown Act.
Can we please have a 5-minute break so we can set up the PowerPoint presentation?
5 minutes?
Actually, can we want to do our announcements, and then we could, while you set up?
Sure.
We can do that. I would direct that we do our announcements while they're setting up as chair.
Okay, so supervisor announcements. in compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D. This is the time for board members to report on meetings attended on behalf of the county and to carry out their duties as a county supervisor.
Supervisor Clapp, would you like to start? Yeah, I would. I'd like to let people know that I'll be having a town hall meeting this Friday between 6 and 7, and Supervisor Toffenelli will be there and myself. And so I hope everyone comes there, and if you're really upset about something, Supervisor Toffenelli will take care of that.
You did not announce the location, Supervisor Clapp.
Oh, okay, so I guess the people want to come see us. Anyway, I'll be in J. Lynn at the firehouse. And again, I'll be from 6 to 7, and I hope to see everybody there. Thank you, Gary.
Okay. Supervisor Mills.
Well, August 9th, Wednesday, attended the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Basin Authority with CCWD and Stanislaus County as we begin to discuss the structure of how to equitably pay for the required basin plan. Our point was to have those creating the greatest risk also should pay the greater share of the costs. And this is an in-process situation. Bylaws and conflict of interest code were formally adopted with a proposal to spend $35,000 to contract with GEI to prepare the Prop 1 GSP grant application. The county's participation in this is not optional. August 10th, Thursday, attended Murphy Sanitary District updates to the wastewater treatment plant, the beginning of their capital improvement number 1 sewer line upgrade along Highway 4, and their pond floor overflow contingency plan. The board did discuss grease trap inspections being done quarterly and how to gain compliance with longstanding problems. A smoke test class was conducted in Murphy's on August 14th as MSD is the only equipment in the county. And 5 CCWD, 3 Calaveras Public, and 2 Murphy Sanitary went through it and received certifications. Attended the American Legion Ambulance annual report luncheon on Sutter Creek with Supervisor Oliveira. Cutting edge technology there, you probably would agree. They're doing a lot of things that are not being done by other ambulance systems in our area. Attended the Copperopolis Fire District where water enhancement fee ordinance was a hot topic. Friday attended the 150th anniversary of the Bank of Stockton and Angels Camp. Met with the Angels Camp manager and finance officer over their visions for the Visitors Bureau, transit needs, and the city relationship to the county. We talked about the bypass and some of the other things with that. Met with a member of the Workforce Planning Group looking at how our Economic Development Coordinator and many other private-public partnerships can work to train up our future workforce in the county. August 14th, Monday, met with the CAO Environmental Health Director to get an update on the progress of mapping environmental damage from all sources in the county and how we communicate between departments. And that is continuing to move forward even as we speak. So thank you to the CAO for that. The strategy sessions, of course, were conducted and appreciate the staff's openness to help us to develop a clear direction. Thursday, attended the Foothill Fire Safe Council meeting. CAL FIRE will put 10 engines and crews into the Ranger unit over the winter to focus on fuels reduction, and it will include foresters to support the needed work. That's a first for this county, so that's all part of tree mortality. Central Fire wants to continue to map the second half of their district using a GIS overlay. The next step will be Ebbets Pass if it works well. But to Supervisor Garamendi, Central Fire is also trying to find ways to remove logs from private property that were cut down by PG&E and stacked and just left there. And they're trying to figure out what to do with them. Saturday, attended the Angels Murphy's annual shrimp feed in Murphy's. Monday, inspected Cal Waste Transfer Facility in Toyon area with Supervisor Oliveira and staff from the county. Excellent start. I think it's very obvious that will result in some significant cost reductions as they move their system forward. Wednesday, attended the CCWD board meeting, discussion to approve the purchase of the Cataract Mine slurry line and the easements to begin the process to replace the redwood storage tanks in District 3 and to transfer the old CCWD admin building to the Calaveras Conservation District. August 28th, Monday, attended the presentation by eCorp to study to prove the needs for water into the future of 2070 and beyond on the McCullamy River as a result of AB 142 Wild and Scenic, and to initiate conversation as to how the water districts will respond to the San Joaquin Basin needs on the west side of the county. This is a great cooperative work being done between Calaveras Public and CCWD. It's quite refreshing. One interesting point to this, there's a part of our county that is not fed by the Calaveras, McCollum, or the Stanislaus watersheds. I did not know that. And then we also went Tuesday, met with representatives from CSA 4 this morning on unmet needs of completing basic road repairs within the CSA this year. They have a substantial reserve of over $300,000 to handle the work. The problem is, should another declaration be required, we'll have a hard time proving we've maintained the roads in that area, which could create financial liability.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Tofinelli?
Wow, that's a hard act to follow.
I know.
I have nothing to report.
Okay.
I think that we ought to consider what we're doing here on meetings. That my understanding is that these were originally set up to have public participation. It's 10 o'clock at night. I got the Cannabis Alliance, I got the anti-cannabis guys, and I got Al. And then everybody else is at home watching us and eating popcorn. So I think we ought to seriously consider what we're doing here, and if this is something we want to continue as a board. Staff has been staff is pulling lots of overtime. We have this videotape. You can watch it anytime you want. I hope we'll consider the next time we have a Tuesday evening meeting whether this is a good idea and achieving our goals. I'd like to actually take a poll of the board on something else that was brought to me by one of my constituents, and I know it's a controversial issue, but I think it's one we ought to at least talk about, and that is fireworks sales. And a lot of our nonprofits in our community make money in the 4th of July. It's an important part of their budget, but it also poses a grave risk to life and property. And I'd like to see whether there's any interest in this board discussing this. And I'm not saying which way I'm thinking about it, but it's clear and present, and we have to talk about it. Okay. Is there any interest in that? It could be the third rail. I don't know.
As a request by Supervisor Garamendi to poll the board to place this on a future agenda to discuss. Are we clear on that request? As chair, I would honor that request for a poll for a future agenda item to discuss this. Supervisor Tofinelli?
I'm fine.
Supervisor Clapp?
Yeah, let's make it at midnight, though.
Okay. Supervisor Mills?
I won't be at midnight, but I'll go ahead with it.
All right. Supervisor Garamendi, you made the request, and I would agree to put this on a future agenda to discuss.
I recognize this is complex.
It is very complex, but we can discuss that when it's agendized.
That's all I've got, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to be very short and sweet here, if you will. Besides attending the meetings with Supervisor Mills on the Cal Waste site, the shrimp feed, and also the ambulance, American Legion ambulance. I also was impressed with that operation. I just wish we had resources to place better service throughout the entire county. Our 1,000 square miles is overwhelming at times to get response, and thank God to ambulance services like Evans Pass Fire, Copper Fire, American Legion. They do a great job with the resources they have. Excuse me while my battery went dead. It is.
I was going to turn the lights off and sneak out.
No, we can't. Yeah. And I'm going to reserve the rest till later on. I mean, we're all better.
Thank you, Mike. You need to get the lights, please. We get giddy after 10.
You stole all my thunder, you guys. Okay. Madam Clerk.
Item 21 is from County Council to receive a general training on the Brown Act.
Good evening, Board. Welcome to the August 29th Brown Act training. As the agenda, as the agenda packet indicated, this is information. It's an informational item, so there will be no action taken tonight. Our office is providing this refresher training to provide assistance to not only the board, but also to the various committees and commissions that are appointed by the board that are subject to the Brown Act. The county encourages transparency, and so it's important that everyone be aware of the laws and the parameters that govern the open meeting laws. It's a topic of public interest, so my office is actually hoping to provide more trainings to the board and to these various committees and commissions in the future. Also, just for introduction purposes, I think all of you know who I am, Megan Stedfeld, County Counsel, and this is Julie Moss-Lewis, Deputy County Counsel. Thank you. Also, I know it's 10 o'clock at night. Everyone wants this to be brief, so we will be brief, but I also want to be thorough.
We'll try to be funny.
I don't know about that. He may be. Laws evolve, and so it's always nice to know a little bit of the history of where laws come from. California laws always required that public agencies conduct their meetings in public. That was in place long before the Brown Act was actually instituted. However, in 1951, there was a San Francisco Chronicle reporter. His name was Mike Harris, and he did a 10-part expose. And he discovered that there was rampant violations of the open meeting laws at the time. He did spend 6 weeks on reporting on this, and he ultimately did a 10-part series entitled Your Secret Government. In response to Mr. Harris's article, Modesto Assemblyman Ralph M. Brown introduced the legislation that we now know as the Brown Act. It overwhelmingly passed the legislature, and the Brown Act was signed into law in 1953 by then-Governor Earl Warren. Over the years, the Brown Act has evolved, but there are some very key parts of the Brown Act that remain intact and haven't changed since 1953. The two main parts are the intent and one key provision that I will get to later in the presentation. As you know, the board are elected. You are an elected board, and you govern on behalf of the people. The primary intent of the Brown Act is to preserve openness in local government. So that includes discussion, deliberation, and action by the legislative body on public business. The key tenet to the Brown Act is to involve the public. So that would allow the public to observe, monitor, and evaluate the legislative body's actions. The Act seeks free exchange of ideas, so it's really getting a lot of public participation. Ultimately, the goal is to create a culture of compliance where transparency becomes automatic. The Brown Act, as you will hear, it's not just the board, the legislative body of the county, but it's also to all the various appointed members and committees and commissions where the board appoints them, and it's either a standing committee or it is even advisory to the board. The Brown Act applies in many commissions and commissions that you may not otherwise assume. This is the sentence that I previously indicated that hasn't changed since 1953. As I indicated, there are two key parts of the Brown Act that have not changed, the intent and this sentence. All meetings of the legislative body of a local agency shall be open and public, and all persons shall be permitted to attend any meeting. The reason that all meetings, legislative body, and open and public are read and underlined is because these are the questions or caveats that that you really need to ask yourself. One, is it truly a meeting? Two, is who you are meeting with a quorum of the legislative body? So let's have a little bit of interaction here. You sit on a 5-member board. What's a quorum? 3. If you're sitting on a 7-member board, what's a quorum? Thank you. And then finally, what does it mean to have it open and public under the Brown Act? So those are some key questions that you need to keep in the back of your mind. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Musselwitz.
Okay, we already know that the Board of Supervisors is a legislative body. County residents directly elect members of the board. The board meets at a regular time and place to conduct the county's business. This is the easy part. So we know that at meetings like this, where the board is meeting at a prearranged date and time in its chambers, we know that the Brown Act applies to these meetings. So what's not so easy or intuitive is when the Board of Supervisors appoints other people to form a commission or an advisory body. These are not elected officers, and they might be just appointed officers. They generally can't make their own binding laws and rules. They are subservient to the Board of Supervisors. Nonetheless, under the Brown Act, a commission, committee, or an advisory body is generally seen as an extension of the legislative body, and its meetings are also subject to the Brown Act. And this is true regardless of how few people are appointed to the commission, committee, or advisory body. So you don't have to appoint 5 people to an advisory body in order for the Brown Act to apply. Let's say, for example, the board wanted to form a standing committee to meet once a month here in the board chambers to analyze and discuss what ice cream flavors are trending in the state of California so that they can make an annual recommendation to the board about what to serve at the ice cream social. Okay, let's say the board appointed 2 board members and 2 members of the public to this committee. It wouldn't matter whether the ice cream committee, which is a standing committee, involved only 2 members of the board. The ice cream committee would be seen as an extension of the legislative body, and it would be subject to the Brown Act. So if both board members met with one of the public members to discuss ice cream committee business, this would be a majority of a Brown Act committee, even though it's not a majority of the board talking to each other. And this discussion would therefore be subject to the Brown Act. If they were talking ice cream, they would have to do so at an open public meeting. Why? Because the board said, we want to appoint these delegates to conduct ice cream business for us. They are now an extension of the board. The Brown Act applies to those formally created standing committees. Now, if the ice cream committee voted to form a standing subcommittee, right? Because we know that what committees do, they form subcommittees. Let's say it consists of one of the board members and one of the public members, and their subcommittee meets quarterly at the library to discuss a more complicated and controversial committee issue. Let's say whether to permanently eliminate mint chip as a plausible flavor. Okay, so would this subcommittee be subject to the Brown Act? Anybody have an answer? I see a nod, a tired nod from Supervisor Mills. Okay, the meeting of the subcommittee would still be seen as an extension of the legislative body, and these 2 people could not meet together to discuss eliminating mint chip without complying with the Brown Act. So the moral of the story is if a legislative body takes formal action to create a committee, commission, or advisory committee and directs that it meet regularly to discuss certain specific tasks or issues, the meetings of this committee will generally be subject to the Brown Act. And if the committee takes formal action to form a regularly meeting subcommittee of indefinite duration, this subcommittee will also generally be subject to the Brown Act. Any questions about that? Okay.
All that for ice cream?
We're not done. Ice cream goes further. Okay. So legislative body exception. There is an exception to the rule about board-appointed committees needing to follow the Brown Act, and that is the ad hoc committee exception. Okay, an ad hoc committee is a committee that's formally created by a legislative body that 1 has a purely advisory function, 2 is comprised solely of less than a quorum of the board, so that's 2 of you, and 3 it has a sunset date after which the committee will dissolve. Under these limited circumstances, even if the ad hoc committee is formally created by the board to do board business, under these circumstances, the Brown Act does not apply. So if the board decides to appoint 2 of its members to a mint chip ad hoc committee to study the viability of the flavor and to make a recommendation in 3 months about whether or not it should be eliminated from future ice cream socials, no one other than these 2 board members were appointed to the mint chip committee, and these 2 members can now meet anywhere, anytime to discuss this topic without having to worry about the Brown Act. And that's because the mint chip committee is an ad hoc committee, and the legislature decided it was more important, perhaps more efficient, to allow these sorts of time-limited, topic-limited study groups to conduct their business on behalf of the public without all the logistics of arranging for an open public meeting. So that's why ad hoc committees are exempt. Again, ad hoc committee, purely advisory, no continuing subject matter jurisdiction after it dissolves, has to have a meeting schedule fixed by formal action of the board, and it has to be 2 members of a 5, it has to be less than a quorum, comprising only members of the legislative body. So let's move on to, because there has been some confusion about this, what is not a legislative body? And if it's not a legislative body at all, the Brown Act doesn't apply. So forget about the slide right now, because it's very unusual for an advisory committee to be created by a single county officer. If that were to happen, they would not be subject to the Brown Act. I want to talk about something else. Let's say the board has never been concerned about what ice cream is served at the annual ice cream social, right? And we're just pretending that you're not concerned, okay? And it's always just been left up to staff to decide. So there is no formally created standing committee about ice cream. There is no formally created ad hoc committee to deal with mint chip. So let's just say 2 very smart members of the board happen to have concerns about the possible ramifications of serving mint chip next year. All right? So they decide on their own to get together once a month and meet with ice cream experts to analyze whether mint chip might cause a problem. Okay? Have they violated the Brown Act? I see a couple head shakes. Anybody think they violated the Brown Act? They haven't, because it's because it's only 2, and because there's, go ahead, do you know the answer? They're not a formed as a committee. That's just, right. It's just 2 supervisors getting together to decide something on their own, so just the 2 of them can talk, and it might be about something that has relevance to the county, but no, the board had not taken any formal action to actually formally do business regarding ice cream, and therefore, it's not a legislative body. What did you say? Sorry, you don't have to. Okay. All right. Okay. And as you all know, less than a quorum of a legislative body can meet with each other and with members of other legislative bodies. If 2 of you decide to meet with 2 members of the Angels Camp City Council to talk about ice cream, yeah? Not okay? You can't talk about ice cream. Well, or let's say that you... If they're on COG. You're assuming if the board members are on COG. Okay, I see. That's more complicated than this training is. But you guys seem to have the math down, so we can move on to the next slide.
Sorry,
I can't keep up with that. Okay.
She got the card up.
All right. The Brown Act applies. Now that we talked about whether it's a legislative body, now we have to talk about, is it a meeting? Because not every time board members go out and talk or talk to other people, it's not always a meeting. So let's talk about that. Okay, and we know if it is a meeting, there's all sorts of rules you have to follow to make sure it's open and public. So let's talk about what comprises a meeting. Meeting is any congregation of a majority of the members of the legislative body at the same time and location to hear, discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item that it was within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. So what this slide basically is trying to say is that if you are having an open public meeting, you got to be in this, you have to do it, I'm not saying this right. I want to not give the impression that all meetings that are considered a meeting under the Brown Act have to take place in a board chamber. You can have a prohibited meeting outside of the board chamber, but if you are having an open public meeting that you're posting and agendizing, your regular meetings as a legislative body do have to take place at the same place, same time. You can't decide to convene at Starbucks one time just to shake it up. Okay, so that aside, let's just focus, let's break this down. Okay, if we're talking about a 5-member board, more than 2 supervisors together, you may be having a meeting. Okay, if there's 3 or more of you together in this building every other Tuesday, you may be having a meeting. And if the 3 or more of you are talking here in this building every other Tuesday, and you're talking with each other in an effort to make decisions, you may be having a meeting. And if the things that the 3 or more of you are talking about with each other every other Tuesday in this building are the types of things a Board of Supervisors has authority over, you are definitely having a meeting. And therefore, the open meeting provisions of the Brown Act apply, and there's a lot of rules you have to follow to ensure that the public has access to the discussions. We'll talk about what you have to do a little bit later on. Let's go to prohibited meetings.
I have a question before you move on.
Sure.
Getting back to this 3 and what it constitutes a meeting. If I was to call in on a conference call to participate in a meeting, I have to post where I'm at.
That's correct.
In my location, so public can access that location if they are there.
That's correct. I believe there was actually a case involving a board member in a hospital. You probably have all heard, if you've been to the Brown Act trainings, you've heard of this. And basically the rule is, even though in reality the chances that anybody is waiting to see the meeting agenda posted outside of the ICU unit is pretty low. The actual rule is wherever you are, you have to post it in case some member of the public might want to come in and participate on your end of the meeting.
It's also stated, and I need some clarification on this, that if I don't advertise where I'm at, but I join in a conference call, that I can't vote on anything.
That I'm not sure.
I can help here. This happened at CCWD, where a director decided he was going to call in a conference call from Sacramento International Airport. But he had not posted that he was going to be there 72 hours in advance, so therefore council told him to hang up.
Yeah, that was
You
my
cannot
question.
you cannot even listen in on the meeting. You are done.
That's where I was headed.
Yeah.
Not only can I not vote, but I'm not even allowed to be there and listen in and partake in any discussion.
Not partake in any discussion. I don't think that there's anything that would preclude you from listening as a member of the public, but you essentially become a
So
member
you
of
have
the
to speak at public
Comment and all
period.
that, yes.
Okay.
I suppose if a member of the public can watch the board on TV from home, that you should be able to watch it from your own home as long as your phone, as long as you're not participating in it.
However, if you wanted to participate, you could post your notice at your home 72 hours in advance and participate as you would a board member. I've seen that happen too, where somebody was out of surgery or something like that, and they needed to participate. So there are rules around that.
Yeah. However, there is limitation that if it is posted, then the location that you are participating from becomes a public area that the meeting is.
That is correct. Get out the coffee, because if friends want to show up, they can come in your house.
Could I just ask for clarification on the previous slide? So am I understanding that you're saying that all 4 of those elements together constitute a violation?
No, I gotta tell
or
you.
any of them?
I don't like this slide. Megan and I talked about this earlier, that we did borrow somebody else's presentation, and I think that this slide is sort of putting together the public meeting requirement if you're trying to have a public meeting and mixing it up a little bit with what would be a prohibited meeting. So I would ignore the part that says in order to have a meeting, everybody has to be in the same time at the same place. But it basically, I think the takeaway is that if there is a majority of a legislative body that are together to discuss, deliberate, decide, take action on any item and on any matter of the public business, and it's the type of matter that the board could potentially have authority over, then that discussion has to be at an open public meeting.
And just to clarify, what is here is the general rule. I think the area that Supervisor Tofinelli brought up about accessing remotely or participating remotely are exceptions. This is the general rule.
So we'll talk about what's prohibited now. I'm going to move past.
So that didn't really answer my question. My question is it required that, is it the same time and place? Because what I heard you say was that if it was in this room. So, but if they were at lunch, if there was 3 at lunch together and they were not discussing public business, then that is okay. But if they were discussing business under their subject matter jurisdiction, then that is considered a prohibited meeting.
Yes. I mean,
okay, thank you.
Technically being together at lunch where people can see you is not always a good idea from possibly just a public perception standpoint. We tend to advise against that just as a prophylactic, but you can, as long as you're not talking about, oh my gosh. But as long as you're not talking about public business at lunch, then you're okay.
The reason I ask is just for the members of the public who are maybe on a board's committee or commission that would be watching this portion of the meeting, and that they clearly understand that it's not specifically at your location, that it could be considered someplace else.
Right. I think what this slide is trying to say is that when you know that you're going to be conducting business as a majority of the board, you have to do it at the regularly scheduled location that you have announced as your regular meeting place. Legislative bodies under the Brown Act are supposed to have their meetings at regularly scheduled times in a place that's publicly accessible. And so as long as any meeting that's taking place or discussion or communication that's taking place outside of that location is not within the Brown Act, you're okay. But if it were outside of the Brown Act, I mean, you would need to you can't have that meeting unless you're in your regular location.
I would just clarify, the purpose of this slide is really to inform any member of a legislative body that a meeting can be created essentially at any place, any location. So the concern is when you have a quorum that comes together and you start to talk about something that is within your subject matter jurisdiction. So essentially, whether you're doing it over lunch, whether you're doing it at, 3 of you happen to get together at a social meeting, the social gathering is exempt. However, if you were to get together at that non-Brown Act gathering and start to discuss something that is within your subject matter jurisdiction, you are creating a meeting by that interaction. Does that clarify?
Why do you want to hit your mic for the folks?
Gary and myself are going to conduct a town hall meeting this Friday. So that wouldn't stop Dennis from coming there to heckle us or give us a bad time. He could still do that, I believe, as long as we weren't discussing.
Well, if Supervisor Mills is heckling you by way of having a discussion with you about whatever the
Something
item is,
that we were-
that would be different than Supervisor Mills just kind
Throwing
of making
tomatoes at us.
faces.
I would caution that situation.
So you can't come give us a bad time, that's what.
You
We will be getting to certain exemptions, so.
Council,
Yes.
in this scenario where we have 3 members of quorum meeting in an unscheduled meeting, if you will, and discussing subject material that has already been decided by the board, that still falls within the Brown Act or does not fall within the Brown Act?
It's not something that's already been decided. The test is whether it's the type of thing that could be within the jurisdiction of the board. If it's been decided, it could always come back and be decided again differently.
Okay.
So if you're talking about the foreign policy in Ghana, then that's okay, because you don't have any authority over that. If you're talking about, whether to do some public works contract that you just approved, theoretically, that contract could come back. There could be reconsideration. So if it's within your authority, I don't think you can talk about that. You agree with that?
We would caution the board or any legislative body from doing that, because if the topic is within your jurisdiction, then we would caution you on doing that when there is a quorum present.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's talk. I think it would be easier. I think maybe some of Ms. Severud's questions and some of your questions will be answered better when we start with prohibited meetings. This is about when communications between supervisors might cross a line and become a meeting, in which case it's a problem because you're not having it in your regularly scheduled location that's noticed to the public. So it's not always intuitive. Most Brown Act violations are not intentional, and they're not necessarily caused by just one person. They're not necessarily one person's fault. But the thing to remember is the county or the board as a whole can commit a Brown Act violation, even if we can't pin it on one particular supervisor, and the county can have liability for a Brown Act violation. So you'll see how communications can accidentally become Brown Act violations through some of these examples. Okay, going back to the ice cream analogy, let's assume the Board of the Supervisors does have the authority to decide what ice cream flavors are offered at the annual ice cream social. 3 of you get together at Starbucks on Saturday to discuss what flavors to offer next year. This should be an easy one. Is that a Brown Act violation? Right. 3 of you got together and talked about something outside of an open public meeting, outside of your regularly scheduled location, about something within your subject matter jurisdiction. That's a prohibited group meeting. That's the easy example. Okay. Now, let's say 3 of you all attended the same presentation by CCWD on local water issues. And all you did was attend and listen. Is that a Brown Act violation? No. Why not? Okay. I heard a number of different things. It's not, you're right, one of it is it's not necessarily within your subject matter jurisdiction. More importantly, you're not conducting any business. You're part of a legislative body, but you're not conducting business. You're just there listening. You want to make sure during breaks that you're not all getting together to talk about things that are within the board's subject matter jurisdiction, but you can attend, a majority of the board can attend an event, a social event, a ceremonial event, a class, and as long as you're just listening and all gathering the same information without discussing business, that's okay. But if you're meeting to discuss business as a group, that's a prohibited group meeting.
I would also just add, because of that example, because it was a CCWD meeting, that is another public agency where it is an open and public meeting that has been noticed and agendized and is in compliance with the Brown Act. So that would be another reason. It's a different agency and it has complied with the Brown Act. So you would just be there as any member of the public listening.
Okay. Now let's get to some less intuitive Brown Act violations. And these are areas, there's the name for this type of serial meeting, prohibited serial meeting, is the daisy chain serial meeting. And this is where you can accidentally wind up in a Brown Act violation. So let's say, and again, I'm picking D1, D2, D3, and trying to go through all of the supervisors. I have no thought whatsoever about the individuals that I was referring to, so nothing personal here. But let's say the D1 supervisor communicates with the D2 supervisor about his concerns about mint chip ice cream being served next year. There's no committee about ice cream. It's just one D1 supervisor saying to D2 supervisor, we really shouldn't serve menship. Is this by itself a Brown Act violation?
No.
No, okay? It's just two people, two supervisors, talking about something within the subject matter jurisdiction. The next day, the D3 supervisor happens to email the D2 supervisor asking his opinion about whether mint chip should be served at the ice cream social. And the D3 supervisor, the D2 supervisor says absolutely not. And I know the D1 supervisor agrees with me on this. Is that a Brown Act violation?
That's a Brown Act.
That is, okay. That's a prohibited serial meeting. Now, none of the three supervisors intentionally got together here to talk about the ice cream issue. But the result of this series of communications, even though there might be innocent supervisors involved, was that three board members started to know how each other was likely to vote on the issue. So the board or the county has committed a Brown Act violation, even though there might be somebody who had no idea that they were participating in one because of that serial chain of events. So when you're discussing your point of view with even one other member of the legislative body, you need to be careful because the expectation under the Brown Act is that the board will wait until the open public meeting to try to develop a collective consensus. And so you do need to be careful. You will be expected to take care not to ensure that your views are not being transmitted down the line to other supervisors. And certainly if two of you have communicated with each other about how you're likely to vote on an issue, make sure that neither of you communicate your thoughts or intentions on the matter with any other board member prior to the meeting. Okay. Yeah, the most common mistake that that legislative bodies make, and the most common violation of the Brown Act, is when somebody like Ms. Stedfelder I sends a memo to all of the board members. Is that a Brown Act violation if one of us sends a memo to all of you? Right, because you're just receiving information from us. We're not talking to you about how what each of you might have said to us individually, but what would happen there? What do you think the most common mistake is after we've sent that memo that creates a Brown? Reply all. Reply all. Keep your finger away from that button when when staff sends information or a member of the public sends information out. Because once you've replied and you've replied with any sort of context about your opinions or thoughts or what you might do, at that point a Brown Act violation has been committed. Okay, let's go to Spoken Hub serial meeting. These prohibited meetings have fancier names than the correct meetings, but hopefully that'll help you remember them. So here, instead of information being passed down the line from one supervisor to another, there's a central hub individual who's communicating information to multiple board members. So let's say the board-appointed staff member, the chief ice cream official, learns from the D4 supervisor that he will be voting for Rocky Road to be the flavor offered at the next ice cream social. Smart supervisor, but that aside. Okay. And let's say the chief ice cream official then learns from the D5 supervisor at a separate meeting that he will also be voting for Rocky Road and mentions that the D4 supervisor is in agreement. The following week, the D1 supervisor tells the ice cream official that he'll be voting for mint chip. Okay? And the ice cream official tells the D1 soup that she's surprised to hear that, and she knows that D4 and D5 supervisors will not be in agreement with them. Is there a Brown Act violation? Right. And that's a Spoken Hub serial meeting. It doesn't matter that all of the individual supervisors were good and didn't meet together to discuss all of these things. The problem here is that a staff member, the ice cream official, wound up creating this Brown Act violation by series of communications with different board members that resulted in multiple board members learning how other board members were likely to vote on the issue. So So again, doesn't matter if you all were innocent individually, the county has now exposed itself to liability for a Brown Act violation.
The primary issue is collective concurrence. So however you receive collective concurrence, that is what you need to be wary of.
All right.
D1 would have went with vanilla, not mint chip.
Noted.
Rocky Road's good. Come on.
All right. So we talked a little bit about what's not a meeting. Again, I don't need to go through this again. All right, this is a biggie, social media, because, and I have seen this happen. This is a really easy way. I think Supervisor Oliver remembers this. This is a really easy way for Brown Act violations to occur without necessarily a supervisor knowing it. So let's say there's a popular Facebook page on Calaveras County ice cream politics, right? And we know there's at least a couple of those. So ice cream is a big deal. So most of you want to be members of this page, okay? Even if it's just to follow what's being said. Now, I don't know how many of you realize this, but these Facebook pages, you can usually find their membership and who's a member of this group, okay? So people will know, unless the group has that hidden, people will know that you're on that group. They can find that. So let's say that the D2 supervisor writes the following comment on the Facebook page, the Ice Cream Politics Facebook page. Warning, eating green ice cream may be harmful to your health. Even if it isn't, it certainly isn't cool. It has no business being at the annual board ice cream social. Okay? That statement's on there. The D3 supervisor replies, "Hear, hear." 3 weeks later, the D4 supervisor learns about the Facebook page and joins, and he only sees the original D2 comment, doesn't pay attention to any of the comments underneath. And he also says, "Hear, hear." Not knowing, he didn't know that the D3 supervisor already said this. Is there a Brown Act violation? There is. You've got 3 people on this page outside of an open public meeting, even just the words "hear, hear," that show a collective consensus about an item that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the
But
board.
without the knowledge of the prior response.
Right, a lot of these.
It's an unintentional problem.
That's right. And that's, most of the Brown Act violations are unintentional,
Right.
but the lack of intent does not keep the county from getting sued. And there are still attorney's fees available for a violation of the Brown Act, even if it's not intentional. An intentional Brown Act violation can actually have criminal consequences for if they can pin it on one or more specific legislators. So one of the things you might want to do...
Did I understand that right? An unintentional Brown Act violation could be a criminal offense?
No.
We will get into the different remedies later in the presentation.
Yeah. An unintentional Brown Act violation can result in county liability.
County liability.
Yeah.
Not criminal.
So do check the membership of your social media pages before commenting, and try to check to see whether other people have been commenting. Probably be very careful when commenting on these public forums, especially if you know that there's other board members who are also in the same forum. Okay. Notice and posting of agendas.
Go back a page. It says not texting, email, or engaging. Shouldn't it be that?
Particularly under the new San Jose law, certainly your texts, and that does include all of those electronic communications. One thing that I wanted the board to know is, particularly with social media, the law hasn't fully come up to speed with the technology. And so that is part of why we caution you. I know that every supervisor wants to be very active in all of the various social media sites, but because the law typically, I should say, takes a lot longer to catch up, things are still evolving.
So the reason for the no texting, emailing, etc., it's not that you're not allowed to do those things. The concern is that if you're doing it and you're at a meeting and somebody makes a PRA request, let's say, or is accusing you of talking to other board members while you're up there. Because it was happening during a meeting, the court may be more likely to presume that whatever you had on your phone was actually part of some sort of public business. And so
Whether you were or not.
Right, and so a lot of times in those situations that the judge will look at your personal phone and decide whether or not it needs to be disclosed. So you're making your personal communications more vulnerable to being searched or subpoenaed or what have you. If you're a member of the legislative body, you're in a meeting, and you're texting somebody else. Again, that doesn't mean it's not automatically a violation, but it could lead to them being subpoenaed or searched.
Yeah, key word on that would be another member of the legislative body.
And again, since nobody knows because you're holding the phone.
I understand.
Right. But the concern is that you're speaking to each other.
I can't text
Yeah.
during a meeting or even after the meeting.
These are recommendations. We recommend that you be cautious when you are participating in Facebook interactions, when multiple board members may be members or viewing the Facebook posts. Also, it's recommended that you don't text, email, or engage in other forms of electronic communication during board meetings with members. I mean, the concern is that you're receiving a text message from the member of the public or from another board member on a topic that is on the agenda or that isn't on the agenda.
That's still only two.
But if you're in the middle of having if you're at your location having a meeting on an item on the agenda and you're having a private meeting on the same topic that with somebody else on your phone, that is violating the Brown Act because the meeting is supposed to be taking place openly and in the public.
And there are exceptions to that, though.
We just want to caution you from texting with
There
people
are exceptions
when
to
you are
that.
in the middle of a meeting that is open and public. If you are on agenda number 3, item number 3, you should not be, talking to a member of the public, another member of the board, anything else regarding that item per se, where you're garnering additional information on that item that is public information and should be stated publicly. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
So you're saying if somebody's sitting in the back of the room and texts you up here at the dais, if it hasn't happened, I've not the one been the receiver of it up here. I'm just simply saying that would be a Brown Act violation. Or could be.
I don't believe so.
Could be.
I don't think that it's an automatic Brown Act violation. These are things, because the social media realm is still changing, these are things that we recommend that you don't do.
It's best practices.
Right.
Yeah. That's why mine goes to sleep, because
Yeah. I mean, if somebody's just saying, oh, you turn on your mic, it's if somebody's just texting you to do that, it's one thing. But again, the main goal here is to prevent you from being in a situation where, because you're the legislative body, where somebody is going to require you to give up your personal devices or hand them over to a court. So, okay. Notice and posting. I think most of you know what the rules are here. The agenda for an open public meeting has to be to make it open in public. What makes the meeting open in public? That's the third question when it comes to the Brown Act. It's open in public if the agenda is posted 72 hours in advance. You're sticking to the items that are on the agenda. There's a brief description on the agenda of items of business. And the agendas have to be publicly accessible and distributed in advance to those who request copies. And I think your clerk takes care of most of those for you and knows how that works. Items not on the agenda. Obviously, no discussion or decision on items that have not been posted as action items on the agenda can take place. Recently at the Planning Commission, there was something that was put on as an informational item. We couldn't take action on that item because it was agendized that way. We had to continue and come back as an action item. So you have to be careful with how something is placed on the agenda, whether or not the public has a right to know 72 hours in advance whether it's the type of action a decision will be made on or whether it's just informational. Members or staff can be directed to briefly respond to questions posed by the public that are off the agenda, but no board discussion of that item can really take place. On report out, there could be asking staff to put something on a future agenda. There can be an informal polling of the board about whether something should be brought back. Again, no substantive discussion about that.
Had an example of that today.
Correct.
And that worked out, and that was done properly.
And let's see, is there anything else there? Okay, public comment. Every agenda on a regular meeting has to have something on the agenda that states that there will be public comment. And the general public comment, members of the public may speak on any item of interest so long as within the subject area jurisdiction of the legislative body. Now, I understand that a lot of times that's not always the case with the things that people are coming up to say. The board could, if it did so evenly, require that the public and general public comment limit itself to items that the board actually has jurisdiction over. But generally, it's very wide. If it's something that the county might be looking at in the future or something that a member of the public wants the board to consider in the future, even if it's not on the current horizon, they can talk about pretty much whatever they want as long as within your subject matter jurisdiction. The public gets to criticize you, and harshly if they want to, and it's a very, very high standard to stop public speech during an open public meeting. So, it would, the board chair can impose reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. If things become flat out threatening, intimidating, what have you, then the board, or foul language, the board chair can stop it. But if a board member is or a member of the public is just very assertively and passionately criticizing one or all of you for something that you've done, that is the price of doing business. The public can do that. The public can also criticize other people who have chosen to participate in a public forum. Again, the chair can draw the line at flat-out intimidation, threats, screaming, disruption, what have you. But simply making a comment that's highly critical, even scathing about somebody else who spoke in public comment or sent in a comment, they can do that. That is, free speech at town hall meetings is highly protected. It can be difficult for the board to listen to, but it is something where there's a high standard before it can be stopped. I think I'll turn it over to Ms. Stedfeld. Any questions about that before we get into closed session? Anything that I had to say before I turn it over to Ms. Stedfeld?
We're all subject matter of jurisdiction.
No, I don't know about you.
Great job, Julia.
Trying to keep it entertaining at this late hour. Okay.
There's
On to closed sessions. Closed sessions are very narrow exceptions to the general open meeting rule. Basically, if it doesn't fit into one of the very narrow exceptions under the government code, it has to be heard in open session. Some of the government code is very clear on what is allowable to go into closed session. Some of the enumerated closed session items would include existing litigation, anticipated or exposure to litigation, initiation of litigation, real estate negotiations, labor negotiations, and various personnel decisions that are within the appointment authority of the board. One thing that we do see is if a legislative body, so I'm including committees and commissions here that you appoint, do not have the authority to actually act in any of the enumerated closed session areas, then there isn't a basis for that committee or commission to go into closed session. That doesn't apply to the board because the board is the legislative body of the county and has ultimate authority over all of these areas. But I'm really talking to the public that might be watching or that participate in committees and commissions that may want to participate in a closed session in that committee or commission. It's a very rare occasion when a valid closed session item falls within their jurisdiction. So, so the standard for closed session is not whether the subject matter is sensitive or embarrassing or even controversial. It's basically whether the topic fits within the enumerated statutory exceptions in the government code. Discussions in closed session must stay within the parameters and the topic of the item. Closed session is very confidential, and any information that is provided to the legislative body in closed session is protected by various confidential provisions in the Brown Act. Closed session is very much like Vegas. What happens in closed session stays in closed session. Only the board as a whole can waive a privilege, and only the board as a whole can divulge any confidential information that you received in closed session. Yes?
Okay, scenario. Closed session, one board member absent. Action taken or no action taken. That absent board member can be briefed by anybody else that attended that meeting?
Typically what I would do is if there is a board member who is absent from a closed session item, I or whoever the attorney is who oversaw the closed session would bring that board member in because they need to know the information for future action. So many times we would brief that board member so they are aware of what is going on.
What about another board member?
I would not recommend that.
Is that a Brown Act violation or a recommendation? Or is it, yeah, it's not a, it's a confidentiality standard on the meeting, correct?
Remember, each of you individually don't have any authority to act. You have the authority to act as a body.
Okay.
And so, again, if there is a board member who is not present and they need additional information, I encourage, typically a staff member would bring that board member up to speed, particularly counsel. There are various privileges as it relates to board members and counsel and closed sessions.
Just want clarification on it.
I have a question concerning that. If a board member recuses himself from an item in closed session.
Ooh, there's another scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That board member does not receive any information on anything in that closed session?
Correct.
Even from the,
Even from staff.
just like
Correct.
when I recuse myself, I leave, I know nothing. Like what I've done with before with you guys. You have never came and told me this is the meeting was. That's the reason I left, so I'm totally clear of it.
And we've never felt
When a
that.
board
Yeah.
member recuses themselves, whether it be from any item, particularly closed sessions, staff does not provide any confidential information to that board member because they are recused and they are not privy to the confidential information in that closed session.
When you're recused, you're a member of the public, and so since a member of the public doesn't get to know what happened in closed session, then you wouldn't either.
Until it's announced out, if anything happens.
Correct.
That's interesting. So in a case of a recusal, you can then join the public?
Sometimes, well, there have been board members that have
I've watched them do it.
recused themselves and spoken in public comment.
I just want to clarify because in that situation.
Not closed session. This is open
We're
session.
on closed
Yeah,
session.
we're on closed session.
And that is a very different animal than.
That's a different.
We're talking open session versus closed session.
Correct. So I want the discussion to stay focused on closed sessions because that's where we are. You must have moved it forward. No, you're fine. That's where I am.
Outside, I watch you guys on TV.
Okay, so consequences. for Brown Act or potential Brown Act violations. There are a range from civil penalties to criminal prosecution for violation of the Brown Act. For civil actions, any interested party or the DA can enforce the Brown Act provisions. Typically, a civil action is brought to either invalidate actions taken in violation of the Act or to prevent future violations. As Julie indicated earlier, when we deal with civil actions of this nature, there are attorney's fees that are available to prevailing plaintiffs. Also, one thing that is not in this slide, but I wanted to clarify that the board does have the ability to voluntarily resolve or cure a potential violation. Many times that is by renoticing a situation, rehearing a matter when there is a potential doubt whether the Brown Act requirements were met. There are ways that the board can potentially cure it before it becomes a problem. Another avenue for enforcement by the DA is a criminal penalty. The primary issue with criminal sanctions is the board member's intent and whether a reasonable person could infer that they intended to actually withhold public information or violate the Brown Act meeting laws. And so it's actually a very high standard. Jurisdictions don't see criminal penalties or sanctions brought forward very often because of the intent element. So finally, the takeaway here is that I would like the board, or the takeaway here is that the Brown Act is to really help promote transparency and to allow the public to participate while you discuss, debate, and decide issues of public importance. And also, I wanted to remind the board and all the viewers out there that participate in committees and commissions that my office is available to the committees and commissions and, as you know, the board. So if, when in doubt, if you have any question about Brown Act, my office is certainly open and available to you to provide additional assistance. Do you have any questions?
So for the people who are on boards, committees, and commissions, can they individually call your office and ask for advice?
That would be typically the committee or the commission on a regularly scheduled item would give direction to their chair to contact our office. Typically, it is the chair of whatever that committee or commission is that would reach out to our office.
So then they would want to have it on their agenda and then direct an individual to contact you.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
I suppose it could be that an individual member of the committee or commission might choose to ask a question. I don't know what our office hours are at.
Typically, we have had, our office is open to any member of any committee or commission. The concern is when you have individuals, because just like the board, committees and commissions as individuals don't have authority. They act within the body. And so if it is a single individual who is asking for some clarification, we typically do like to have some concurrence that it's the body that's asking it. It's not this individual member. It wouldn't stop our office from providing service if a member did come. But if we started to see that it was being abused or it was a regular occurrence where it was clear that it was a single member rather than the concurrence of the body wanting the information, then we would ask for some verification that it is the body asking for the information. Mm-hmm.
Okay, does that conclude the presentation, Council?
That is the finish of the presentation, and if you have any questions, we are here to answer them.
Excellent presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any further staff you would like to report out? I'm sorry. Oh, I do. Is there any public comment on this item? Mr. Wilkie, how are you?
Just want to say thank you. Really good. I saw it in the agenda packet, looked over the presentation, and it's very informative, so thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. McManus, I thought...
I think one thing missing from the Brown Act is meetings shouldn't go past 9 o'clock.
I wish we had that capability at times.
You do. It's entirely optional. Let me see where I left off. I'm having difficulty because the Staples is at the opposite kitty corner from where I normally staple paper. And I'm sorry I can't talk as fast as anyone else, so I guess my time is running. The intent of the Brown Act, of course, it's about communications. At least it was stated on page 2. And I wanted to clarify that's all communications, whether it be voice, email, text, smoke signals, Morse code. Whatever goes on in a public meeting is a communication. Am I correct on that?
If it is in fact a meeting, then it is any communication as if it's in a public meeting, yes.
Counsel, why don't we hear Mr. McManus's questions first and not shortchange him on his time?
Okay, the other one was, would all links in a daisy chain have to disclose their before and after conversations with everyone in the daisy chain? Otherwise, how would you know if it was a daisy chain? So everyone would have to be aware that everyone was in the chain, or at least a majority of the chain would have to know that.
Well,
once again, counsel.
Yeah, hold off on there. And as far as on the social media, I know that it's an emerging technology and kind of tough to deal with. I've noticed a lot of social technology activity going on during the meetings and wondered that if during a public meeting that communication is occurring, that is public record, and that public record shouldn't be held off for a PRA later, but that should be read into the record live at the time because it affects the discussion that's going on, just like if you were speaking with your voice. Now you're speaking with an electronic device. And I would want to know if that is going on, what options do the public have? Do we rise to a point of order and ask that all secret communications being conducted electronically be read into the record? Or how would that best be handled so that the public has a complete record of what's going on, not just the people here, but on TV and minutes and whatever the official records are, that all those communications should be read into the public record, whether it's devices given to the clerk of the board or to the CAO or someone else who's not part of the legislative body or county council, and just read them in for whatever time those things, text, tweets, whatever, existed during the public meeting. Not in closed session, not on breaks, when you're in regular session.
Thank you, Mr. Vance. Counsel, you want to address those, or?
Yeah, I was trying to make sure that I hit all of the points. With the daisy chain, I mean, again, whether it be the spoken hub or the daisy chain, it's really about gaining concurrence among a majority of the board members. So if Supervisor A talks to Supervisor B and says, okay, this is what I'm going to do on this agenda item, I support it, I hope you do too, Supervisor B goes on to Supervisor C and says, hey, I talked to Supervisor A, and this is what he's going to do, and this is what I support what he's going to do. That third supervisor is a quorum. And so that's where you see the daisy chain, because it's gaining concurrence and it is relaying information and the other board member's position on an item that is coming before the legislative body.
And it doesn't matter whether some of the supervisors that came before were innocent and didn't know. That might protect them if they were being accused of an intentional violation. but it wouldn't, if somehow this series of communications became known to a member of the public, would not protect the county from liability. So you can have, that's what I wanted to try to drive home there, you can have a county Brown Act violation without any one individual necessarily being responsible for it or intentionally creating it. The county could still be liable.
Okay.
And the other issue, the other question that was raised, I think that some of the confusion is between public records and the Brown Act. Public records and the Public Records Act is a very different set of rules and a different set of laws than the Brown Act. The Brown Act is about open meetings and allowing the public to participate in the open meetings before the board actually takes action. So in the slide where we talked about not participating in texting or emailing with a member of the public on an item that is on the agenda, that is a concern because you are going to be taking action on that. And so that correspondence is a public record unless there's some other privilege that would preclude disclosure, whether it be attorney-client privilege or some other privilege that would not make it a public record. When Mr. McManus indicated items that were presented to the board clerk and whether that correspondence should be read into the record, any written correspondence is already in the record. That is certainly within the board chair's discretion on whether you want to actually read the written comment into the record or not, but the submitting it written is in the record for all intents and purposes.
It's a public document.
It is a public document, and I know that the board clerk does document it, and it is made available to the public for future reference and identification. So that is something that the public will have access to.
Okay. So just for clarification, any document presented during an open meeting, publicly agendized meeting, handed to the clerk for the board's review is a public document.
Yes, it's part of the record.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure everybody's on the same page on that.
In the planning commission, every now and again during an appeal hearing, we'll have somebody saying, I forgot to bring my documents, here's my computer. We're trying to change the rules to not make that even allowed because it's really hard for the record. We can't keep that person's computer. So it's better if they're providing the actual document as a submission than to have something that you can't really keep.
So I have a question. If I'm sitting in a meeting after 11 o'clock at night and I want to text my wife to say, honey, I'm not in an accident, I'm safe, I'm still in the meeting, looks like it's going to end, you're telling me I shouldn't do that?
No, that's purely personal, and it is not within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. The concern is if you are communicating with a member of the public or a member of the board about an item that is before the board.
So, right. I mean, if somebody's in the audience and they happen to see somebody on their text and it shows up Gary Tofinelli, then there's some evidence that there's a conversation going on. There's no, that slide about the text was in the best practices slide. I mean, the idea, no, that's not automatically, if you text your wife, I'm going to be home late, it's not automatically, there's no right of anybody to just march in and say, give me your phone or read it into the record. It's not an automatic Brown Act violation. It's just that because you're in the middle of having a public meeting and you're on the legislative body, you are potentially more vulnerable to that type of a challenge.
Is staff under the same that sits up here with us?
The Brown Act doesn't apply to staff because we don't make decisions.
They're not a legislative body.
Correct.
But in turn, if I text Diane saying, item 14, I think coming up is you need to change the verbiage or something on it, is that communication okay?
It's not between the
If it's during a public meeting, it's probably better to just raise that. That's actually an agenda item to raise it in the open public meeting. I mean, otherwise.
I'm just giving an example like mint ice cream.
For example, if it's just purely a procedural question to make sure that you had a question about something procedurally, it's not substantive, you could certainly communicate with Diane or Tim or myself for clarification, because you aren't trying to gain concurrence on a substantive matter that's before the board.
But, if you text or email Diane saying, God, I really hope everybody votes no on this item, and she then forwards it to everybody else during the meeting, then you would have a problem.
Because I would tell everybody to vote for mint chip, I got to tell you.
I tell my wife I've been in the Brown Act briefing for an hour and 10 minutes.
Is there any other further comments? Great presentation. Thank you very much, County Council. If there's no further action before the board, I'll adjourn the meeting.